Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 27th of May, where I am coming from. Hope that you're doing well. It's hump day, baby. All right. And to all of you of the working class that do the traditional 9 to 5 days a week, you are, by the end of the day, going to be sliding on into the weekend. Oh, yeah. It's what we celebrate here. We love the weekend. It is like if being working class was a religion, you know, the weekend would be our most sacred and holy time. And so we like to celebrate milestones that get us there. And Hump Day is one of them. And it's also just a great name for a day, let's be honest. So I hope you celebrate your Hump Day in all the various forms you can think about. Oh, yeah. Hobo Joe's in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Benzo Bandit. Boom. And coming in with interesting artwork there. Hey, Trump choking on a piece of Iran, like the whole state by the look of it. Dilemmas, time to get edumacated. Absolutely. Strap yourself in. We'll be doing some of the edumacation today. Jag in the house. How you going? Ravy, baby. Everyone's doing the roll call today. Heidi the sausage. Oh, wait. Heidi, you put in something really interesting. I hope we have time to watch it today. If not, we will definitely watch it this week. But that woman who's like, I don't know, she's in business, but like she's talking about Marxism and the manufacturing sector, and like she's into rug manufacturing or something like that. But like she's criticizing capitalism from a business perspective, and she thinks that like the whole profit system could be done better. I thought that was fascinating. I only watched like half of it as well. But like, I want to watch that when we get around to it. She is awesome. Who brought the apples? For what? The edumacation? Clara Kim. Yes. I think if I'm going to do well in this position, I'm going to have to follow Carla. I have to wear, like, get my hair done nicely, get my nails done. Where, I think she's wearing, what are they called? Contacts with like a funky eye color. She's Harvard Wall Street. Oh, fuck. I have to get educated as well and go to Harvard. Oh, maybe not then. But like, hey, she's talking about Marxism. Very interesting stuff. We'll get to it. But like today, as the, she's bling. Today, as the title suggests, we're going to be having a look at a few things. Apparently Hasan has gone down. He's been taken out by the feds. Spandonk put something in the general chat, maybe reaction recommendations, I'm not sure. And it was like, oh, check this out, because we were doing Cuba last week, and Hasan and Nick surely not. It would look like the feds have gone after Hasan for his trip to Cuba, but it's interesting. And I get the joke now. I think Ravi's been joking about this all week, and I just didn't pick up on it. Nick surely not went and actually, as an American, stayed in a hotel that wasn't on the list, and surely not is not being pursued by the feds, but Hasan is. So we'll see what Spandonk has dropped for us today. It's a Sky News piece, an Australian Sky News, gloating about an American streamer, but like Sky News Australia is pretty lowbrow like that. So we'll have a look. Ravi, get your nails done, get your hair did. It's worth it. Let me work it. I'm gonna put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. You know, I actually got that reference. You would believe it. You wouldn't believe it, I'm sure. Zoran also announced his plans to seize NYC property. Okay. I knew it. The communists are coming. The communists are coming. Sky News is low-hanging fruit. Yeah, fair enough. But like, come on. Why don't they comment on local politics? But like, yes, they got to go after Hasan. There's another longer video you'll love even more about the distribution of wealth in an anti-capitalist economy. Yes, that's what's weird about her. She's a businesswoman who is anti-capitalist, and she thinks that she can do business from an anti-capitalist perspective. Interesting. I'm going to give her the time of day just because she's offering an alternative. But she ain't no revolutionary, but happy to go there. Mr. E, other reference point is another insufferable woman. Color me shocked. Hey, come on. Actually, you know what? Fuck Hasan. Talking about insufferable women, you put something in about ray gun. I'm going to fucking watch it. I'm glad you've checked in. You smart ass. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look. All right. Don't besmirch the already tarnished name, Raygun. Raygun just got fired from her job. This is not the title that I saw before. The title before was like, could the Raygun situation get any worse, or something outrageous like that. Anyway, I don't know who this guy is, Wookie, but like, I guess let's just check out his content. Who lets these women speak? Gross. Yeah, I know, right? In the first place. Who is this new Wookie? Because I'm here for it. ABC testing. Yeah, fair enough. All right. This is just for the shits and giggles, okay? Because everybody loves... I don't know. You don't know Lewis Spears? No, I don't know this guy. Who is he? Like a budding comedian or something like that? No, I don't know this guy. 600,000 subs though. He's doing well for himself, whoever this guy is. I've never watched this guy before, but I've seen him around. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, it's 12 minutes. All right, let's see if it's got any legs in the first few minutes or not. It better be good if you're going to besmirch her good name. Doing it for the shingles. The shiggles. Ah, it's interesting.
Remember Raygun, the greatest breakdancer this country has, or at least according to the people who decided to put her forward for the Olympics, despite many other much better, in my opinion, breakdancers competing against her. Well, after the Olympics and this incredible performance, she just aged really poorly. Like, it was bad in the moment, and it is worse now. Honestly, it looks like what would happen if you attach Stephen Hawking to some car batteries. Now, I'm warning you, if you subscribe to me and I get 1,000 subscribers, I will be doing a kangaroo pose.
Hey, that was cheap. It's better get better, Wookie. Hey? Hey, car battery.
In my next video, so please, for the love of God, do not do that. I don't want to embarrass myself any more than I already have. Well, after that legendary performance, as we know, she threatened...
Razors in the house. How you going? Hope you're well.
...to sue a female comedian for parodying her, trying to put on a musical called...
I never said this was good. It's so good. No, look, I'm sure it's going to get better. I'm sure it's going to get better. I am doing good. You know why? No, I don't actually. Tell us, please. Well, I'd like to know what's going on in your neck of the woods.
Raygun the musical. Steph Broadbridge, the comedian, was threatened to be sued, as was the venue that was putting on trial performances, even though the comedian and the venue were going to donate all proceeds to a women's domestic violence charity. Raygun decided to threaten them with legal action, forcing them to change the name of their musical, which ended up being far more successful commercially than Raygun.
Because I have 5 days off from my fucking work. Well, we can all celebrate that. Hey, getting time off. It's the working class dream right there.
Ever was. But the next update to Raygun's illustrious career has now happened.
All right.
And the update to her career is she no longer has a career. That's right. Raygun lost her job. Viral star Raygun loses university posting. Why was she employed at a university anyway? What was she even doing there?
But like, that's the whole Raygun thing, right? Like, she got in as a breakdancer because like she was a PhD student or a PhD who thought that she could like analyze her way into breakdancing. Is this guy surprised that she has a university post? I thought that's her thing. That's her goddamn thing. And what? So she should have been fired from her post straight away? I don't know what this guy's politics is, but I got a little word for you, my friend. It's called cancel culture, and that's woke rubbish. We don't fire people from their positions just because they did some social faux pas. This is anti-worker propaganda right here. She was a PhD in dance or something, wasn't she? Yeah, something. And so she wanted to put the theory into praxis, and she failed hard. Hey? And this guy's acting surprised at this. Hey? This is the ray gun. What was the suggestion that I should watch this? Exactly, because it's going to be hard for me to watch. This is hard for me to watch. Hey, look at this guy jumping on poor Raygun over here for losing her job. It's an attack on the working class. Poor Raygun, thank you. See? With the connections of her husband, she gamed the system. She did an inverted Bradbury.
I feel like the reason she lost her job was not because of any controversy, not because of any budget cuts, but because one person looked at what her job title was and went, why are we paying for that? Dr. Gunn was enrolled as an undergraduate and stayed there to study and work for 20 years. Her research focused on the intersection of gender and breakdancing. Yeah, that's what we really need. That's what my taxpayer money should be spent on, is like, oh, fellas, is it misogynistic for women to be breakdancing or nah? She was part of Macquarie's Performance and Expertise Research Center. Well, maybe she should have done less research.
Stretching a video to 10 minutes at its finest. But like, is this what this guy does, Mr. Lewis Spears? It's like, it's just trash content kind of thing. Sorry, I shouldn't say trash. Like, I don't know. Something nicer than that. Drama. Eh? He does drama content. They call it slop. Yeah, fair enough. I guess this is a pretty good application for slop, isn't it? Well, it actually seems logical when you realize you are paying too much while seeing things that are unnecessary. How you get a PhD in the cultural studies of breakdancing says everything about the educational system. Man, Lewis is great. No, fair enough. This is a bit, he's just, scrounging around at the moment though, I must admit. Like, hey, like who's not had this fucking insight before? Oh, what? Intellectuals and academics get paid to research outrageous stuff, and what, us the taxpayer are going to foot the bill for this? What? Most universities in Australia are fucking private institutions, all right, and they get fucking a lot of their money coming in through the services that they provide. They get government assistance, of course, but at the PhD level, like, what are we talking about here, bro? This is in hex. Come on, man. Another streamer I watch has a cowbell he rings out to call the audience for some slop when they cover silly stuff. Interesting. Very interesting. But yes, tell us how we are getting fleeced. The taxpayer paying for ray gun? That's the real controversy here. We're getting fleeced, ladies and gentlemen. I don't wish for anyone to be fired from their job, but when you choose a job that may not be necessary, simply expect to lose it. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I think Ravy wants a cowbell of shame. Hey, that's what we've come to. Us evil wokies over here, cancelling people and shaming them. All right, let's see where he goes with this. Look at you protecting your crush. Poor little ray gun. You got fired. Come on, bro. Like, it's the one thing that we cover constantly on this channel. The trials and tribulations of the working class. She got fired because this guy thinks she's a fucking waste of taxpayer money. Not even fired, really. It sounds like she just got made redundant, though. Oh, what? She got a payout? That's even worse.
Searching and more breakdancing. What was she fucking Googling? Obviously not how to dance well. Now, I'm not saying that Raygun lost her job because of her terrible performance at the Olympics or her abysmal decision to sue a comedian for jokes, but when you are a lecturer at a university, the students do need to respect you, to listen to and value your opinion and your teachings. And I feel like she made that a lot harder on herself. Could you imagine if this woman was up there in front of you at university lecturing and you were expected to not just immediately go live and start recording her, asking her to do a dance like she's some international touring act and you're demanding them to do a shoey. Miss, do the kangaroo pose. Do the kangaroo pose. Do it. The article goes on to say there's no easy way to cut jobs, but it's still been tough on staff. The latest rounds of layoffs have prompted accusations of sexism and racism by staff. Well, I think there'd be an argument to be made that firing all of the minorities in your business is actually quite progressive because that must mean that they were earning more than everybody else, and it was hard to justify the expense. We need to save money. Quick, fire all of those gay women and keep the cheap bargain whites. This article is so passive-aggressive, by the way. Whoa. It's written as such a backhanded compliment.
Did I miss something?
This only increases our sympathy for rape.
But like, I guess that's a joke of his. He's not happy with all the wokey stuff. Hey, all that DEI nonsense. Lewis Spears, an Australian stand-up comedian with a YouTube channel. Submit all complaints to somewhere where I can screenshot them to post them online and laugh. Thanks for watching. Savage.
Gunn. She retired from competitive breakdancing after she was widely mocked online and became a meme post-Paris. When a local comedian tried to stage a musical inspired by her in 2024, Gunn got lawyers involved who argued her silhouette and iconic kangaroo pose were protected by intellectual property laws. Dr. Gunn may be in need of a real job, but at least she will always have that priceless IP in her green trackies. That's a mean paragraph. Oh, you've lost your job? That's all right. At least you can make millions of dollars out of doing this. Now, I would be remiss to say that this is the...
He's not very political most of the time. He doesn't like Jacinta having to stop a knife fight a month ago. He doesn't like Jacinta having to stop a knife fight a month ago. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm across that one. Okay, so I guess he just, for the next, 8 minutes, laughs about her getting fired from her job, right? That's it. Okay, I've got it now. And like, am I upset by this? Yes. It's an assault on the working class, all right? People getting fired is no laughing matter, even if it is hilarious, eh? She got fired because she's useless. Academics are useless people who research nothing. Yes, it's a tale as old as time. The anti-intellectualism out there. I get it. It's funny. Dr. Gunn sounds like a villain name. Yeah, she missed an opportunity there, didn't she? Dr. Gunn sounds so much better. So much better. Ah, I see. But who likes Jacinda Allen? Those machete bins. What a breakthrough. LOL. Next time, Lewis with our mystery doing content together. I hope our mystery is growing up. A knife fight. Oh my god. A knife fight? Anyone seen footage of Hajj this year? It's an insane representation of faith. Made gardening really annoying. What is this? I don't know this reference either. Like, again, you're gonna have to culture me up on this one, please, people. I have a fever and the only prescription is more cowbell. All right. Okay. That's enough of this. I'm glad we had a look at this, and I'm glad to hear that she got fired. But if she's made redundant, then there is some justice in this world. Hope she gets a full payout. Eh? That's the dream of the working class. Getting a full payout. Getting to lounge around somewhere all day. Maybe on a beach. Listening to a mystery stream. It's the goddamn life, that is. All right, so Spandonk had provided this tasty morsel for us to have a look at. This is, again, like I said, this is a Sky News Australia spectacular. But apparently after we watched that Hasan thing last week, not after, like apparently he went there like a month ago or something. But like Trump is going after, or like the administration has, put eyes on Hasan apparently because of what he did in Cuba. So like I'm not actually sure what he did wrong exactly, but they're investigating him. It's great like culture wars stuff. The American culture wars are incredible. the administration being threatened by a streamer. It's crazy times that we live in. It's like all those people that theorizing around how like Trump was elected because of the podcast circuit. And if it wasn't for all the podcasters out there that like, gave their seal of approval kind of thing to Trump, he wouldn't have made it over the line last time. Thank God for the podcasters out there. It was a podcaster election. So obviously this is really, really gripping stuff. And to control that manufacturing consent machine in this day and age, you need to be able to control podcasters and streamers. And so we'll see how the US government is going to crush Hasan in this one. So thank you, Spandog, for the suggestion. We'll see if it's got any legs. I just learned that Haj is like a second ago. What Haj is just a second ago. Freaky. I hope he has too tiny of a head for Cuba and they are offended. How many people can you out in one place? Doing the podcast circuit was Baron's idea as well. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's have a listen here and see if there's any legs to this. Can't stand Trump since his first term. Really, this person is very rude. I just want to say sorry to this planet because we have a rude and impolite person ruling the strongest country in the world. Oh, don't worry, you don't have to apologize. We all live in the world too. We understand. But I get the feeling. Anyway, let's have a look, shall we?
Cuba in March.
There's just Sky News playing Fox News. It's like lazy as fuck. Do they even talk about it? Oh, I guess they do talk about it. All right, let's have a look.
Hasan Piker might be in real trouble for visiting Cuba in March, where he filmed what looks like a propaganda video for the regime.
I'm here in Havana, Cuba, right now on a humanitarian aid mission.
Communist propaganda. He's disseminating propaganda for the regime. They use the R word again. There it is. Don't apologize. No one thinks America is the strongest anyway. Raby. Fox News were the outlet that broke the story and had photographers outside his house. Right. Okay. Hobo Joe. So I have this friend that is heavily indoctrinated into the right-wing mainstream narrative and some reason thinks I share the same views, even though I've told him many times I'm not. But anyway, yesterday I had the fun time of explaining that the government doesn't see the fuel price and that market controls that. Doesn't set the fuel price, sorry, and the market controls that. In the end, it was a tiring afternoon. Sometimes you don't need to torture yourself too much. But like, it's a valiant effort of you, Hobo Joe. Ravi, also this is referring to the mini doc we watched, so we actually have full context. We got full context, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say we got full context here. We can move ahead. That's great. Gumma Cheese Wing in the house. Morning, what's up? How you going? Hope you are well. Thought China was supposed to be the paper tiger. America can't win every battle, but rarely win the war. Smoking up for the revolution. Well, as you smoke up for the revolution, you might as well listen to communist propaganda for the evil Cuban regime. All right, do yourself a favor. He's a good friend, but man, it's getting hard to talk to him. Like I said, don't tire yourself out. Good luck.
I'm here in Havana, Cuba, right now on a humanitarian aid mission. My goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population. One of the most ridiculous embargoes of all time that has only gotten more deadly as time has gone on.
Yeah, now federal officials have subpoenaed Piker as part of a wider investigation into violations of U.S. laws and sanctions, which prohibits supporting Cuba's communist regime. Piker responded today saying it's, quote, not great and BS.
But what did he actually say? It's not great. Okay, I mean, it's bullshit, but still not great that, they're after your boy. They're up my ass. I'm assuming that's what all the asterisks denote there. That was That's what Gillard was told when she was signing Pivot to Asia. How's that going for us? He addressed it, I think, yesterday on stream. He hasn't received any info or anything. So it's all just like fanfare, bullshit camera stuff.
It's, quote, not great and BS.
Who's Code Pink co-founder? Medea Benjamin have been subpoenaed following their trips to Cuba earlier this year. Yeah, get it. Piker and Benjamin subpoenas are part of a wider probe into the convoy trip to Cuba, according to a new Sky News. Along with Piker and Benjamin, 40 other Americans are under investigation by Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Asset Control. The investigation pertains to whether the Nostra American convoy flotilla to Havana, sex flotilla, breached U.S. sanctioned laws by delivering goods to Cuba, Fox News reported. Right. I can find the clip if you want. Yeah, I guess. Why not? While we're on the topic. This is only because Hasan is a popular topic right now. The actual targets are Code Pink, the organization that organized it. They're just focusing on Hasan in the reporting because it poses a threat. Okay. Got it. Hasan's defense in court. Watch the video. I was looking at my phone during the entire interview. Wasn't even paying attention. How could you seriously say I was supporting an evil regime? So good. Stab, stab. Take that, bro. Bizarre how a job titles change. Influencer, sandwich technician, etc. So sanctions do include aid. I don't know. We're gonna have to look up what was the name of the department again? OFAC, was it? Come on, get on to it. Was it OFAC? Oh, fuck, I can't remember. The convoy delivered roughly 20 tons of humanitarian aid to Havana, with Piker praising the mission following the trip. According to Fox News, the subpoena required Piker and Benjamin to provide financial, logistical, and communications information related to that Cuba trip. It's just fucking propaganda. I got it just in time. We're watching your piece, bro. You suggested we look at this after what we were going through last week. And like the ultimate like hypocrisy in all of this is your point, right, Ravi? I'm sure it's been you who's been saying this, right? Hasan and Code Pink are in trouble or being investigated, but Nick Shirley isn't. Is that it? And like he was staying in places that aren't sanctioned, and like is he going to go down for this? Nick Shirley, we're about to find out. He actually cleared everything with the agency, threatening to subpoena them. That's a big fat nothing burger. Code Pink helped organize the convoy following implementation of US President Donald Trump's blockade to Cuba. Very good. Come on, Sky, get on with it.
Trump. Cuba is preparing for a possible invasion by America following tough talks from President Donald Trump. Washington has warned a peaceful agreement with the Caribbean nation is unlikely as an already strained relationship becomes even worse.
Thousands of Cubans hitting the streets for a massive government-sponsored rally on Friday, just outside the U.S. Embassy in Havana. Cuban leaders and their supporters hoping to send a message to President Trump. They're ready for any military action.
Well, we saw a lot of this talk last week, right? And like the people that like Shirley Nutt was going around, everyone, he made it seem like everyone's scared of the government. And now you have all these people outside rallying and saying that they're ready to fight the Americans. Remember we watched Trump last week talking to reporters and they were like, what are you going to do about Cuba? He was standing in front of the plane. Remember? And he was like, oh, nothing. Like, we're not going to escalate. That's crazy. Like, what's wrong with you? We'll let them destroy themselves. Like, just cutting them off from the entire world economy and slowly strangling them. But like, yeah, we don't need to escalate anything. And now, I don't know if you've been following any media reporting on this, but yeah, like over the last few days, they've been talking and ramping up the idea that the US is like ready to invade Cuba, or they're really considering it. And like, he literally this time last week said, Trump was like, no, we're not going to escalate that. That's fucking crazy. They were even insinuating like we're tied up with Iran at the moment. We're not going to waste our fucking resources with Cuba. And now it's back on the menu, boys. Like, all of this foreign policy stuff, it's just nonsense. Us poor plebs here. Like, we wouldn't know what was up or down with these people. Yeah, I wasn't sure what it was about specifically till the aid was referenced as breaking the law. Well, apparently it is. All right, I'm going to fucking get my research assistant out on this one. Apparently the department is called OFAC, that like must regulate sanctions, I guess, and investigate financial issues towards sanctioned countries, maybe. Like, what a job, having to keep on top of all of the people that the US empire is fucking around the globe through sanctions. We have heard that when the US has sanctions on a particular country or individual or organization, this is regulated or overseen by a department called OFAC. Can you confirm this? And can you confirm whether providing aid to a country like Cuba is considered a violation of sanctions? Yes, the main US government body that administers and enforces most of American economic sanctions is the Office of Foreign Assets Control, usually called OFAC. It is part of the United States Department of Treasury, maintains sanctions lists, issues licenses and exemptions, and can impose civil penalties for violations. On Cuba specifically, the sanctions regime, hey, what a good word, is largely governed through the Cuban asset control regulations. However, it is important to understand that sanctions are not always a total blanket prohibition on all aid, contact or aid. Providing aid to Cuba is not automatically illegal under US sanctions law. There are exemptions, general licenses, and specific authorizations for certain humanitarian and support activities. For example, OFAC explicitly authorizes some humanitarian projects, medical aid, disaster relief, educational projects, religious activities, and remittances under certain conditions. That said, whether a particular act violates sanctions depends on who's providing the aid. Is it Shirley or Hasan? What type of aid it is, who receives it, whether money passes through the sanctioned Cuban entities, whether the provider is a US person under US law, and whether the license exemption applies. That's what we call a sticky situation, eh? I'm sure they wouldn't play the game on that one. Surely not. Surely not. What up, what up? Surely you can't be serious. Yes, 4AS. Believe it. It seems like, were you here last week when we watched the Hasan piece? Like, Hasan goes to Cuba. And it was the response to us earlier watching Shirley goes to Cuba and escapes from the communist regime that tried to throw him in prison. Anyway, it seems like Hasan and the organization Code Pink, I think it is, are getting investigated by the feds because they've broken sanctions. They've broken the law potentially. It's just some more great culture war stuff from the Americans. It's lovely. What's this? Oh, this is the thing? Where'd you get this from?
I'm very familiar.
Did you screenshot this or this is a link? I have to download it. Wow. Fine. I'll just use it from here. Interesting. I guess we could just watch it down the bottom. All right, you guys can hear this, right? Just tell me if you can't.
With what OFAC is. I'm very familiar with what OFAC is. You want to know why I'm very familiar with what OFAC is? Because we fucking filed OFAC clearances before going to Cuba. I've talked about it extensively, as a matter of fact. Our trip had to be OFAC compliant. This is bullshit.
Goddamn
But
bullshit.
yeah, the very same reason why Fox News got this story before anyone else, and the very same reason why the suspicions within the subpoena, according to Fox News, are ridiculous, is because this is very clearly another intimidation tactic from the American government.
What a fucking wild claim that is in the end. How could you say that, eh? The American government wouldn't do that, would they? Would they? Tusuku. Oh my god, I'm not even going to read that. Hello to you. Whatever. I'm going to call you TSY. I'm not going to bother pronouncing that. Hello? Hope you're well. I did go to the original stream, but I couldn't be bothered scrubbing through. Sorry. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. He had Elon's baby mama on the day before. Oh, God. Seems like he filed with OFAC, but OFAC didn't like how. Ah, okay. So it's like bureaucracy gone mad, but you forgot to sign the 17th page down the bottom. We've got him. He didn't fill out the paperwork. This himbo makes me want to throw my phone. What's a himbo? I'm about to get educated again. I need to learn. Oh God, don't make me remember. So cringe. All right, let's go. Let's get back to it, shall we? So we know what OFAC is. And so it's not clear that providing aid is even illegal. Oh, bimbo but a man. Interesting. No fucking way. That's hilarious. Wait, is that what people refer to him as? Hasan is a himbo. Oh my God. How sexist. That is outrageous. Mystery, scroll through Urban Dictionary every once in a while. Every once in a while, can I just say? Maybe. No comment. No comment. No commitment. I might keep up to date with Raygun, though, if you'd prefer. Wookie. He calls himself that, too. Yeah, you got to own it if someone's going to slander your good name like that. It's a very backhanded compliment. Yeah, it's because it's sexist. That's why 4AS. It's fucking outrageous. All right. I don't think we're going to get anything from this. I think this is crazy, though. Like, we just heard Trump say last week that he's like, they're not going to do anything, bro. They don't want to escalate. And here we are, caught in the manufacturing consent machine. I think that's the problem with manufacturing consent now. Like, it's just so crazy to follow in the age of Trump. Like, before they had a story and they stuck to it. Now the story is still there, but it's just like a roller coaster. And so it's like somewhere in the middle of all the peaks and the troughs. Because like Trump just says one thing and just says the next thing like less than 24 hours later. I call him a passport, bro. What's a passport, bro? Is that in Urban Dictionary? Rumor mill is firing up. Trump may have had a stroke, like recently, because he has looked like he's had a stroke before. I reckon he has. I mean, if he was a streamer here, he'd have been in prison long ago. Whoa. Why? Because he was waving around a gun? It is a man who uses a passport to find women in conservative countries. What do you mean find women? Oh, right. As in like, I've got a good passport. I belong to a nice country. Are you interested, ladies? It has to do with men going their own way movement. Ah. Right. Yes, that would be in the Urban Dictionary, lol. Interesting. Hasan, a passport, bro? I think he's in a relationship and he has been for a bit. Oh my god, mystery. What? I'm fucking trying. Come on. Don't be all judgmental. Come on now. I'm learning. All right. Let's do this. A passport, bro, is sex tourism mystery. Yes. I think I got it. I think I understand now. Got it. I'm trying. Give me a break. All right, this guy. Yeah, okay. Here it is. Legal mindset. Like, I'm actually starting to appreciate some of these legal dudes in America who give us their 2 cents about what's happening here. Let's see legally what the subpoena is about for Code Pink and Hasan. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, legal mindset. Yes, he is a passport, bro.
$1.
Which one of you are donating your organs to keep Trump alive? The laughs going. Sorry, alive. Keep the laughs going. Yes, thank you. Don't worry. With all of his tech bros and their transhumanism and the general billionaire class that has been exposed by the whole Epstein scenario, I'm sure they've got organs for Trump covered, bro. Code Pink sounds like a safe word. Yes, it does. I agree.
Okay, so the laws that are at play here involve whether or not he was dealing in transactions that are prohibited with Cuba. So that could be financing, coordinating, or delivering goods he shouldn't have, staying at or transacting with Cuban government-owned or controlled entities. There's a list of hotels that are prohibited and where you cannot stay in Cuba. There's also other things you're not supposed to be doing while you're there. And the problem with Hasan and
what can't you do when you're in Cuba, according to OFAC? That'd be interesting to know, don't you reckon? What can I do? According to OFAC, what can you not do in Cuba as an American citizen? I guess no passport bro services. I guess that goes under the radar though, doesn't it? Eh? Legal mindset looks like such a log. I think they kind of all have that similar vibe, don't they? Under the US sanctions rules administrations by OFAC, Americans and other US persons face abroad restrictions on travel, business, and financial dealings involving Cuba. Pure tourism to Cuba is prohibited. Oh, wait, so you can't just be a tourist? What? Cannot do business? Oh, that makes sense. Some activities are allowed. Travel to Cuba. Oh, wait, examples of things Americans cannot do without authorization. Travel to Cuba purely for a beach holiday or vacation tourism. So, like, why would people go to Cuba then? Invest in Cuban businesses without authorization. Export many goods and services to Cuba without approval. However, Americans can still legally travel to Cuba under certain authorized categories. Okay, family visits, journalism, education, religious activities, humanitarian projects, professional research, support for the Cuban people, but not the evil regime. Eh? You can go to South Korea, right? Yes, I'm sure you can. You basically can't support their economy in any way. Morals aside... Wait, slow down. Mystery, when you go for a break, can you play the song in the stream chat? Yes, I guess. What is this? Song made up of legal mindset quotes. Okay, got it. Let me do that. Just remind me, please. How can I not see their messages? Whose messages? As in, like, the other people. Like, we're restreaming here. So if you're looking for, like, the YouTube people's messages, like, look on the screen. Like, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Up here. You have to follow them here. That's the only thing that I can do for you. Unless you want to fucking join over here. Let me actually do this for you. I'm assuming you're new here, whatever your name is. Here is copy for Discord. This is our Discord community. You can also chat to people here if you're interested. All right. Wait. I've never seen an Airbnb where there is a sanction. Wait, what did you say? Never seen Airbnb where there is a sanction approved accommodation. Yeah, that'd be crazy actually on the list of things. If he is successful, the entire streaming place is at risk of litigation over opinion. Wait, whoa. You basically can't support their no more React content if Ethan wins. Oh wow. Is this what's going on here? I wonder if they'll let that happen. I think the platforms have got too much at risk to allow that to happen. I mean, good. It was getting out of hand. What do you think about MGTO? I have no idea. I don't even know what that means. You're going to have to spell that out if it's an acronym for me. MGTOW. You're going to have to spell that one out for me, please. Chair reacts, get out of here. Transform it enough and don't steal it to begin with. Fair. Mystery has been directly affected by politics being demonetized on Twitch. He also would be able to do streams just like this. Wouldn't be able to, which is React content. That's pretty much all I fucking do. Is like watch the news and react to stuff. Sargon versus Hughes did a lot for YouTube though, as much as he sucks. Another time I can go into it, but basically the chilling effect will be a blight on the community. Yes, he would. He pauses and reacts constantly. That's not under attack. I sometimes pause too much, apparently. Men going their own way. Slow down. What is that about? What does that even mean? Men going their own way. Is this a new phenomenon? Because I'm sure men have been going their own way for a long time, right? This is something new. Should I Urban Dictionary that shit, Wookie? Is that what I'm supposed to do here? Men. What is it? Men going their own way. Is this like anti-natalism stuff again? Men going their own way is an online male separatist, male separatist, so good. Subculture whose members advocate for avoiding marriage, dating, and cohabitation with women. What is that, like incels or something? Followers prioritize self-reliance and personal freedom, though the movement is widely classified by social researchers as anti-feminist, part of the broader manosphere. So like men being independent, basically. Is that what it is? Or is it like more antagonistic than that? It's just like, yes, men being independent, but hating women at the same time. Like, I'm telling you, we were speaking about this yesterday. Like, this is the type of society that late stage capitalism has produced. It's one that is fucking redundant. Like, we're harboring cultures where like people are not separating men and women, like religions and like human civilization, social organization has been doing that for a long time. They separate men and women, but they still come together in certain settings so they can bang and make more humans. Like, this is self-defeating. Like, this is the end of the human race. It's not nuclear war. It's not a pandemic. It's not like some global event that causes mass starvation. It's like people online who are just like, you know what? I don't like the opposite sex anymore. I'm going to be independent. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Am I missing something here, or is that pretty much it? Men are sick of women's crap, basically. That's the vibe here. It's like men who are upset with dating, so avoid women, or go to countries where women are not feminist. So what, they go to countries where they can just basically control women? Is that what it is? Male cat ladies. So good. Misogyny. You know the clip of Denims getting up to go to the bathroom before the nuke started because she didn't want to leave while it was playing. I am not sure about this. What's going on here? Look, specific instances are debatable. This is something else. Okay. I'm a male cat lady. And what? Do you hate women? Hey? I don't find that to be an object of your male cat lady existence. To have to separate yourself as separatist. Like, listen to that language. It's like there's some type of radical organization that wants to do society. They're like revolutionary. Quite the opposite. Hey, I'm a male cat lady, and do you hate women? Because then, like, come on. You're not good enough. You're not a MG toe, let's go with that. It's like they've been rejected by women, so they're saying they don't like women anyway, but can't not talk about women. Ha! That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. It's like, yeah, well, you know what? I just hate women, and like we want to start a society without women. Women. And they can't not talk about women. So good. Defined by their opposites. They go to Thailand. So it's not that they don't like women. They just don't like not being able to be in a position of power. Is that what this is? It's just a power thing. This is basically when Andrew Tate said it was gay to love women. Ping pong. Pop. Yeah, interesting. Anti-natalist to me means people who don't want to have children. It's in no way a campaign to force people not to have or to have children. Okay. If people are interested in the lawsuits, I'll send some stuff in Discord if Mystery wants to cover it. Would be cool to hear everyone's takes. Like, what lawsuits is this? Is this the lawsuit to bring down React content? Ethan's barking up the wrong tree there. All right. Okay, if I get this, thanks for the question. They who cannot be named, TSY, I'm going to call you. Thanks for the question. But like, it sounds pretty ridiculous to me, to be honest. Core philosophy. At the foundation, the movement encourages men to opt out of traditional relationship expectations, citing that what they believe is societal and legal system inherently biased against men. While some followers focus broadly on self-improvement, financial independence, and avoiding legal pitfalls like divorce or alimony, many discussions center on rejecting cultural pressures to provide or accommodate women. So like, it's just like an extension of feminism itself. It's like, all right, women are independent. And so like, I don't have to be chivalrous or be a provider anymore. I don't want to be a provider. Okay, fine. Congratulations. Why the fuck not? Good on you. Good on you, bro. He's saying he doesn't like women that think it's where women don't like me. It does seem a little bit whingy, this, doesn't it? Like, it's, come on. Show me on the doll where she fucking hurts you, bro. It seems like a bit of that. They want to control women. All right, I think I got the gist of this. Let's do this.
Many live streamers is that they want to openly brag about committing crimes. In fact, Hasan Piker has encouraged people to commit theft.
I'm pro stealing from big corporations. Yeah, no, I'm pro piracy all the way, like across the board. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that, like, you know, bank robberies. Chaos, full chaos. Let's go. I mean, look.
So what?
Like, what's the go there? Is it illegal to talk, like, say you support crime, like just in hypothetically? Is it illegal to do that? God, I should know, because we talk about this on the stream as well, right? Like, people talk about them. What's the word? In class war at the self-checkout, let's call it. All the time. We've had a good discussion about the class war at the self-checkout. Only if you incite. Okay. Sorry, are you on top or all chat, Mystery? I'm not sure if I understand the question if you are speaking to me. Same as feminism. Why men don't like me. I don't know, man. Feminism isn't traditionally about why men don't like me. Like maybe modern forms of it, but like it's not, feminism is actually not supposed to be about that. It's supposed to be about liberation. And like I'm all for men's liberation, if that's a thing, if men feel pressured by cultural institutions and practices that they have to perform to a certain standard and fulfill a function. I'm all for men's liberation, if that's what it is, like breaking out of cultural norms. Like, yeah, go for it, man. You do that. You don't want to be a provider or whatever it is. You do you, bro. Like, this doesn't seem like that exactly. It's not men's liberation. It seems a bit more whingy, I guess. He was joking about how horrible the crimes the government are doing. Can we go back to the old-timey crimes like bank robberies? Yeah, and that's some class war, right? Haha, yes it is. Just as much as the men's is. Top chat or all chat. If you are in top chat, some of YouTube gets censored. Oh, you're providing helpful tips to the community. Okay. I don't want to be a stay-at-home dad. I want to be a stay-at-home dad, but I don't want the kids. Yes. I often joke with my partner because like she's the breadwinner now. And like I stay at home all day in front of the computer. And I'm like, I'm the trophy husband. And I come at a high price, baby. Oh, yeah. But I also do all of the domestic stuff, though. Mostly. No, not all of it. That's a stretch. But like, yes. I'm the stay-at-home dad type. How Karl Marx of you. Hey, for your information, he stayed at home and was able to be a fucking intellectual because his friend was a capitalist. So basically they were rich enough to afford his luxurious existence. So you dilemmas, all right? I don't have a capitalist friend. I mooch off my partner. So take that. It's funny hearing married men with kids hate on women. Uh-huh. Oh man, that's hilarious. All right. I'm actually going to ask my research assistant about this. If you say something like, I support bank robberies or stealing, hypothetically, under Australian law, is that illegal? In Australia, simply expressing an opinion or making a hypothetical statement like I support bank robberies is not automatically a crime by itself. Freedom of political communication and ordinary expression generally protect a lot of speech, even offensive or extreme speech. However, it can become illegal depending on the context of what the statement is actually doing. For example, Australian law can criminalise speech that incites. That's the word. That's the dilemma's word. Incites or encourages a crime. Solicits someone to commit an offence, forms part of a conspiracy, makes threats or materially assists criminal activity. For example, philosophical discussion about whether theft can be morally justified, generally lawful. Telling people to commit robberies, recruiting accomplices, or giving operational instructions connected to an actual planned offence could potentially lead to criminal liability. I'm just asking for a mate. Not that we ever cross into this territory on this stream. Just asking for a mate. Good to know. Good to know. At least you're not gaming all day. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I get it. Absolutely. They don't hate all women. Only the feminist women. So if they have a wife, she probably is not feminist. Okay. And like why would you hate, like instinctively, or no, not instinctively, like by default, what's wrong with a feminist woman? Is this like third wave feminism we're talking about here? I'm assuming that's like more offensive than original. Like original feminists were kind of like, hey, women should be allowed to vote and not be considered property. Let's do that. Like, is that the type of feminist we're talking about here? They won't get with a woman who's just like, I would like to vote today. No, you wouldn't. You're not allowed to vote. Like that type of feminist? Or they're talking about like, I don't know, a feminist that is into her sexual liberation or something like that. Yeah, they don't like second wave feminists upwards. Okay, right. But are you trying to recruit us into a revolutionary group to overthrow the government? Yes, that's why I have to be careful of this. I didn't get that before. So if I have ever suggested to anyone here, let me just say for the record, that we are actually going to form a revolutionary vanguard, that was hypothetical for the time being. I will let you know once I've got enough of you on an email list when we're actually going to do something. But for now, it's all a, what were the words here? Philosophical discussion. It's all philosophical at this point, Hobo Joe. It's all philosophical. It is in the name, their own way. Okay, but like, can't you go your own way and bring people with you? Oh, my wife is definitely not a feminist. What, she doesn't vote? And she doesn't like having rights. She doesn't like being on the same wavelength as you in terms of her freedoms and liberties. Civil liberties. We all love sailing the high seas here. YouTube wouldn't let me super chat this? No way. Wow. You can't super chat whatever you want. I thought YouTube would take the money. Imagine being scared of women. Yeah, imagine these guys looking at their mothers, just being like, she's trying to oppress me. So good. That's a conspiracy to commit a crime. No, it's not. The thought crime. They make it mean something it doesn't. Okay. Wookie, my wife is a feminist up until other women are involved, and she remembers how much she hates them. Yeah, it's so much for solidarity. That's pretty funny. Does she own property? Does she have a bank account? She asked me who to vote for, but she still votes. That's different. The main problems the men going their own way movement are against is a high body count, double standards in application of gender roles, and sleep on the couch type stuff. Okay. And what do you mean double standards in the application of gender roles? As in just like double standards generally between the sexes, right? Is that what we're talking about here? Like, that stuff is fucking annoying. Fair enough. But like, just because something is like pisses you off or irritates you, like, you have to be like, all right, that's it. That whole other half of the entire human population is now off limits. I'm not interacting with half of the human race now. Oh, then hypothetically, how many people do we need to overthrow the government? Not many. You need to be highly, highly organized. Highly organized. But hypothetically, of course. Joint account. You're making her sound dumb, Dilemmas. I've got a mate that's a prison guard. Any day of the week, he would prefer working at a male prison. And like, can you back up that one there? Like, I'm very intrigued now. Like, under what reason? Why would he want to work in a male prison? Any day of the week. Like, why? TSY. Like, how men are expected to pay the majority of income and pay on dates and stuff, while women are not expected to follow their traditional roles as much. Okay. But like, have you not, like, wait, I'm assuming TSY that you're a man. Let's just run with that. Like, have you not been on a date with a chick and just been like, gone to pay or something, and they've been like, no, I'll get it. And then like the usual social decorum ensues where you're like, no, I've got this. No, I've got this. And it's more like checking out to see what type of person the other one is. Like, I have gone on dates with people who are fucking leeches. And I'm like, this person's a fucking leech. I don't know if I like this person. They wouldn't pay for anything for me. I think it's just a good judge of character, to be honest. It's an interesting point, though. It's not that all women demand that men pay, but in general, the principle applies that most often men are implicitly expected to pay the majority and display chivalry and pay the bills. Okay. Yeah. I think I understand what you're talking about here, like implicitly. That is implicit, yes. But like there are implicit pressures on women as well. And like there'll be many men out there who'll be like, no, that's not true. But like there are implicit pressures on women in our society, like expectations in terms of like social reproduction, as we talk about here, like when it comes to like child rearing, let's say, or like even family relations generally, and domestic life. There are certain expectations and pressures that go on women that like men just don't have to, they can choose to dip in and out of. It's interesting. I think men should get periods like we do. Oh my God. This is a very interesting conversation I have with my partner all the time, actually. There's this social theory out there. Like men are more detached from nature than women. And so like they have a different way of searching for meaning in life. And so like men look for meaning by, I don't know, going out and achieving something because in order to kind of, I don't know, have some type of fulfillment. It's kind of them versus nature. Like they got to go out and like conquer something in a way. That's like a really rudimentary and poor way of describing it, but just run with it. But like women, because they're constantly reminded of their attachment to nature, they have a very different outlook on life. In terms of just going around conquering shit and making like big achievements to get fulfillment. And it's like comes down to like, if men had periods like women, the world would be a different place. But like women are constantly reminded of their attachment to nature and the fact that they actually like can produce life or harbor life anyway. It's an interesting social theory nonetheless. KK Online, how you going? I think the point being missed is these structures were set up by men, specifically to control women. The reason was control. Now it has shifted to a more understanding and caring factor, disconnect. Interesting. I think that in the vast majority of households, men pay the majority of bills and are tolerated if they openly say, I think you should pay most of the bills. Or I think you should treat me like this or this. While if men say, I think you should make me dinner, the reaction is more often negative and blaming the man for misogyny. You know what I've never understood, TSY, is like this idea that men pay bills and women don't pay bills. Like, again, in my household now, I wouldn't be able to pay the bills anyway. But like I think Dilemmas was talking about this before. Like we have a joint account. Like if you were to choose to live with someone, at the end of the day, you both need to fucking grow up and commit. Like you shouldn't have separate bank accounts, if you ask me. Like you can have like a side account where you have some savings in. But like your general account where you're like organizing your life, like paying bills, like you should share all of that. Like it doesn't make sense to think that like, oh, I'll pay the bills because I'm a man or something like that. Like that sort of stuff is just like, you both live in the house. You just have a shared pool of money that you extract from to fund your existence. I don't understand all this stuff, to be honest. But like I am probably unusual in that regard. And a lot of people would probably not trust their partner and want to have their own bank account, I guess. But like that's always perplexed me. If you're going to choose to be with someone, like live with someone, like you can open up a fucking account together and pay bills from that account. Like that's not rocket science. That's not rocket science at all. Being forced to be in physical pain every month affects a human. Then being told that the painful experience is normal and to shut up and don't tell anyone you're suffering, etc., etc. I see that divide more through mental rigor lens. Men had to venture, fight, and die on the average more, which led to more variation in general. We're angrier but more loving. We're smarter and dumber. In most categories, that's crazy. Hey, we have pain as well. We have to listen to the whinging. LOL. Am I right? Am I right? Thanks, dilemmas. I earn the money. The wife pays the bills. The system works. What did you say, KK, before? From its past meaning, but you can see pockets bringing back old beliefs around chivalry in regards to control. Wait, what did I miss from you as well? TSY, did I get yours? No, I read that one. Even if you have a shared bank account, men contribute more money to that account on average, and women use more of that account for person things, such as clothing and such, while men spend less on themselves. And these are broad generalizations, man. These are massive, massive generalizations now. Interesting, but like, I guess, why not? Okay. In general, it makes women more level-headed and social. It makes men more wild and unpredictable. We split bills. My wife pays the gas, electricity, and if we need like bread, milk, etc. But I pay the rent and the rest of the expenses. So you got a system. So would you say that you pay more than her, Hobo Joe? Because that's the claim being made here. We did it half cost. Sometimes I earn more than he did, so I paid more, and vice versa. We've always had separate accounts, but communicate about costs. Yeah, they are generalizations. They are average statistics. Yeah, I'm going to say mystery movement. These are some sweeping statements. Well, like, they are large and sweepy. That's for sure. I strongly disagree. Personally, I buy a lot more than my wife. Yeah, there's some pretty fucking, like, nerdy dudes out there that obsess on particular like hobbies and interests and stuff, and they spend some wild amounts of cash on things. But like, again, that's even a generalization in itself. Now, this is not where I thought this stream was going today, by the way. Whoever brought this up. Interesting. Very interesting topic. You buy more than your wife doesn't affect the averages in the world or your country. I trust you might do this, but that's not the majority of households. You can never stop searching for the perfect guitar tone, Mr. E. See, this is what I'm talking about, eh? The search never ends. It never ends. And at what cost? I will pay any, and I will fully justify it too. It's so good. Advice: fuck, my typing has been highly regarded today. I find it generally the highest earner that supports the other. Most families nowadays function this way. Interesting. All right. Those decisions are made by people in their private homes for their own reasons. Yeah. And look, a lot of this is based on stereotypical situations themselves. And so like you have to run with, what is it called? Like a priori reasoning. You have to run with an assumed base, and then you build your argument on top of this. Like, but if the base is not sturdy, then the whole argument comes down. I used to spend more till my wife discovered her love of Lego. Now I'm broke, but my lounge room is really fun. My partner is the big spender. I'm the one baking bread because fuck paying $4. I know. The cost of bread is fucking outrageous these days. Thank you. And eggs. It's goddamn outrageous. All right, let us finish the legal eagle over here.
FAC has done here is they've requested information. So they've sought out more information to do a review of this activist trip and any particular foreign influence or sanctions evasion that might have. Now, while there are no criminal charges yet, the penalties for this can be very serious. And Hasan Piker indeed is scared.
Is not great. Okay? They're after your boy. We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me. Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that.
So the potential penalties here can actually stack up. This is under the Cuban Assets Controls and Regulations Act, which is enforced via the International Emergency Economics Power Act, the IEEPA.
Milk went up again and they tried to say, oh, it's for the farmers. No, fuck you. Reduce your profit margin. Thank you. It's always the struggling farmers. Oh, you've got to cop this one on the chin because farmers are struggling. Fuck you, man. No way. That's part of your little mythos. Unless you mean justify to yourself. In that case, I can get that.
So there's two sides to this, a civil side and a criminal side. On the civil side, the penalties can be up to $91,000 per violation. So the issue is here, if you go on one of these trips, let's say you're out there on a long trip and you're doing multiple things, especially if you're live streaming, once again, being your own star witness, you might violate several of these provisions. So maybe you're bringing in or transacting with goods you're not supposed to bring in or you're not supposed to buy. Maybe you're staying at a hotel you're not supposed to stay at, or something that's linked to the Cuban government and prohibited. So you may have multiple transactions, so that 91K can stack up against you. And that is indeed the lowest level. But on the highest level, for willfully doing these things, for going out and saying, yep, I did it, who cares, so what, and bragging about it, which many of these influencers actually go out and do, you can have fines for up to $1 million on the corporate side. For most individuals, about $250,000, $250K on the individual side, but you can also face imprisonment for up to 10 years. So there is actual real prison time that can be behind willful violations. Now, it's very clear that this has not been pressed yet, but it's still on the table. Now, in practical cases, when we look at these things, most of these violations for first-timers or non-egregious offenses are typically civil penalties. So they'll typically slap them with some sort of fine. So it might be a 10, 20, 30, 40K fine. Once again, up to 91K. These things can add up. Hasan Piker's got money, but if you hit him with a couple of these, I mean, that's a dent in his Labubu budget. Now, we're going to see where this actually...
In his Labubu budget? Oh my God. TSY, let me state it like this. If a woman says, I think you should pay more of the bills and I contribute less, this is accepted. But if a man said the same, you should pay more of the bills, it's seen as obviously unreasonable. You might say, okay, but that's traditional of men, not women. If a man asks you for something traditionally expected of women, like, I think you should make me dinner, that would be condemned. Okay, can I just say, like, I think this is much more personal than what you're talking about here. Like, let me just give you some advice if you are a man who is looking to date women and potentially settle down with one, and you get into a position where you're talking about bills. If you've gotten yourself to a point where you're like, I think you should pay more bills than me, baby, and I contribute less. No, sorry. The man said you should pay more bills, and they thought that was like outrageous. Or if they turned around to you and they were like, oh, I think you should pay more bills than me and I just want to contribute less, then like you really got to ask yourself, is this woman the one for you? Like, if you're offended by someone being like, you pay the fucking bills and I'm not going to fucking do anything, or I'm going to do very little and like add any value to this relationship, like you've got yourself a fucking loser. And like, I would be worried about that situation. Like, now, if you're in a relationship and like you don't care about that though, and you're like, someone turns around to you, your partner, and says to you, hey, I don't want to do much and you pay for all the fucking bills, and like you're happy with that, then, you know, like fucking good luck to you too. But like, if you are offended by someone taking advantage of you, like that's a bad relationship. And so like, you really should be judging that person as a bad person because they just want to take advantage of you and do fuck all. So like, I don't know if this really at the end of the day comes down to like men versus women, like kind of battle of the sexes, of the ages kind of discussion, as much as it is like, if you found someone like that and they want to take advantage of you, then like fuck them. Get rid of them, bro. Especially if you're going to settle down with them and try to create a life together. You don't need that kind of trauma. Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself. Find another person. There are plenty of people out there. They're not all assholes. Or like, I don't know, leeches or something like that. Like, find another person. Like, you don't have to give up on all women because you've come across one that says some very questionable things. Everything is personal. Sex, biases, racial discrimination, and so on. They're all general trends. Not every cop is racist against black people. Not every woman is biased against gender roles. Biased in gender roles. But the point is a general societal trend. The point here is that I am inherently against paying more bills. It's just that for that I expect compensation by her acting like a traditional woman, just as I pay bills like a traditional man. Well, then find yourself a traditional woman then. Like, if I'm going to pay bills, then you got to be a trad wife. Like, do that then. Find a trad wife. They exist. They definitely exist. But like, if you want someone that's going to pay bills like you are, then find someone that will do that. Like, is this really like rocket science? I mean, like, it's neither or both. It's not only one. Okay, but like, it sounds like you want to find the right partner, which is like, let me just tell you, is the question on everyone's lips when they meet a potential life mate is like, you know, fucking, can I make it work with this person? Like, honestly, it sounds like you have a very, very good idea of what you expect in a relationship, and you need to find someone that respects that. I can't believe we're talking about relationships. It's crazy. Yeah, find someone that respects you, bro, and you do you. Don't worry about all the fucking generalizing and stuff. Just find someone that makes you fucking happy. Honestly. Like, I'm not trying to fucking belittle this conversation, but like, honestly, it sounds like you know what you like. Or what you expect in a relationship. Make it happen. Make it happen. I think a lot of people are very dishonest with themselves and don't have real conversations so they can feel angry as it helps their ego, the feeling of righteousness. It also gives an escape. Most people lay these types of exit strategies around the place so they can get out when they need to, because people are scared to commit to things. It's not about me personally. It's about like the whole societal dynamic between men and women. If I had a good relationship, that doesn't mean society's fixed. Well, look, I don't know if you can go around fixing all relationships out there, honestly. If that's your mission, though, to be the man who changes gender expectations and norms, then like that's a much bigger problem. And like, you know, I'm sure you could do that. Yeah, relationship advice with Mystery. Yeah, what the fuck? I have to start up a new channel for this shit. Clavicular took this to the next level. Oh, man. Manosphere chuds. It's been ages since you've said chuds. Hey, that is our word. Remember, guys, it's gay to have sex with a woman. Oh, man. I won't forget that, actually. I found that very shocking when I first heard that. I was like, it's got to be a joke, right? And someone played me some clips. I mean, you don't have to be traditional either. Just whatever works for you as a couple. But if you have expectations, don't be surprised if they do too, and vice versa. Sounds fair. Yeah. Yeah, when did Mystery turn into socialist? Tony Robbins. Yeah, I know. Fuck. Tell me about it. It's the goal of the movement to improve as much as possible. Just as you are a communist, and that doesn't mean you personally aim to fix every single economy in the world. I'm not aiming to fix all relationships, just improve the general gap in expectations and fucked up dating dynamics. I don't know, man. Like, I would actually like to improve every single economy in the world to be honest. Like, I think capitalism is an overarching world system that, if changed, would have the desired effects that you're talking about, which is like the cultural development or the interference in culture. Like, capitalism interferes in our cultures massively. And the cultures at the moment reflect these gender norms and expectations that you find so woeful. And like in the current situation, in capitalism, we have to pay bills and buy dinners and like, you know, spend money on things. And like all of that is related to capitalism somehow. And you might even find that gender roles, norms, and expectations and cultural movements are changed with the advent of a new system of economy moving away from capitalism. And like a lot of the problems that you're talking about here seem to be financial. They would change too. So like, no, I think you can change everything for the better. And like, you should work on that if that's what really what you're talking about. But like, you're not going to change all relationships from your position as an individual. You're going to have systematic change here on a large scale. And so like, yeah, I think you could definitely work on that if you really wanted to. We're beyond off the rails. We are off-roading today. Yeah, I know. It's a totality. It's not all or nothing. You aim to change as much as you can. Yeah, fair enough. Interesting. Okay, it's 2026. Get yourself a feminist wife and a trad girlfriend. Oh my god. Fucking hilarious. All right. I don't think, are we going to get any more gold out of this? Let's hear the judgment. Let's go.
Plays out. But where I see this happening and being a problem with Piker, whether or not he gets into any problem here, is to look at his pattern of behavior of encouraging criminality, encouraging breaking the law. It's only a matter of a time till somebody is motivated enough to get him on camera saying something and actually punish him. He's gotten away with many of his crimes because they've been local crimes. The local California PD is not that motivated. Many of them are probably politically aligned with Piker, so they might agree with him on other issues and therefore not want to prosecute him. So he's gotten away with a lot, but the feds are not necessarily going to fall into that camp. And they might look at this and say, no, this is an on-your-face violation here, and actually hold him to task. And I cannot wait till the day comes that Hasan Piker actually reaps some of what he's sown, because once again, he has openly encouraged criminality time and time again. But I want to know what you guys think in the comments below. And
Has he? Well, he showed like one clip of him being like, yeah, go rob a bank. That'll be fun. Like, that's it. Free the feds and fuck the boys. Interesting. All right, that's it. Like, this guy wants to see Hasan go down. Obviously not biased at all. Mr. Legal Mindset. It is hump day after all. Yeah, fair enough. Eh? We're getting humpy today. Talking about relationships. God damn. Play Drew's vid. What's Drew's vid? It's not the Drew that I think you're talking about, right? Better not be that Drew. Like Drew Pavlu. He hasn't talked about this, has he? Oh god. Fucking hell. Not Pavlu. Wait, I thought it was a Thursday. No, it's hump day, bro. Drew Pavlu video, yes. Oh no. I will give him like 5 minutes max. He can be insufferable, this guy. Drew Pavlu, what, on Hasan? Every time he's... Oh, this one he's cheered for political violence. Is it the one? That's the one you're talking about? I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. But Hasan did encourage violence at least 3 times directly. I've counted. Okay. I don't know if I can do it. Yeah, that's the one. I can't do this. It's like 20 minutes long, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's happened many times. Okay. He's a political streamer. Terrorism supporter. This guy gives me brain rot. Look, I'll take it on face value that he's done it multiple times. All right, I'm going to challenge you on that one. You have submitted your evidence, and I'm too scared to watch it. Thank you, though. I'll save this for a Far Right Fridays. Yeah, I don't blame you. I haven't watched Drew's. Oh, man. All right, we're changing fucking topics. Massively changing topics here. I really only wanted to talk about Hasan for like fucking 20 minutes or something, and here we are. It's like an hour and a half into the stream. And we're giving out, I feel like I'm giving out relationship advice. I'm sorry. Now, let's have a look at this. I think this is absolutely fascinating, probably more than average people. And you guys will not think that this is incredible. But like Pope Leo, am I right? Hey, that guy, he's great. No, but like the whole AI situation is kind of, it's really causing a lot of fear and confusion around the planet. Hey, this Pete said one, I saw this. I think we're gonna do that for a Far Right Friday, Wookie, for your own viewing pleasure. I think did someone put this in there already? But like, yeah, I want to do this Far Right Fridays. We'll catch up with Pete said. Woke Leo. So good. Oh man, Pope's doing the Lord's work. Yeah, well, fucking park that. All right, park that idea. Are you an anarchist, by the way? Well, like, depends what you mean by anarchists. But like, I believe that, and like many people do not hold this opinion, but like Marxist socialists and anarchist socialists hate each other. But like, they both want the same goal. They just hate each other because they disagree on tactics, which is absolutely stupid if you ask me. They should be allying with one another. But anyway, anarchists, I believe in what anarchists believe in. I believe in their end goal, which is communism. They believe in a communistic style of society, which goes beyond the current system that we have at the moment, you know, like progressing to something potentially better than what we have now. Crazy shit, I know. But like, yeah, they believe in getting to like a communistic form of living. So like no class society, none of the private property relations, as in like, you know, people controlling the economy for their own personal benefit. None of that type of stuff. So like, they both, like anarchists and like socialists who are Marxists, you know, they have the same end goal. And so like, yeah, you can call me a Marxist if you want. You go for it. It just depends how you use that word, I guess. Marxist. Oh, sorry, anarchist. That's the thing. My favorite story is this month is bricks and minifigs stealing 200k worth of Star Wars Lego. Every other story has taken a backseat. Do you think you can hold a communist society without a government? That is the point, yes. Because a government only exists to support a ruling class. I think there's ample evidence of that. The state exists to help a ruling group of people regulate society and like keep everything working in their interests. It truly is about governance and administration, and it's governance of administration of society to help support that hierarchy. And so yes, communist society wouldn't need a government in the way that we know it now. It'd still have forms of administration and governance. Well, you wouldn't have the state, as people like to call it. So yes, you could do that in a society of general abundance, and that's also a concept that is hard for people to grasp with. But like, in a world where we had enough stuff for everyone to live comfortably and have like, you know, their basic needs met, then like, you know, you wouldn't need a government technically in a situation like that. And that, I think, that completely relies on technology though. And we forever get closer to that end game, which is why we're talking about AI right now. So thank you for that segue. Thank you. We're going to talk about AI. I think AI is one of the keys to getting to a point of technological evolution in society where we can kind of spread out the general abundance that we have, the wealth that we produce, the value that we produce. We could organize that better. You don't need a government to have communism. That's not communism at all. That's usually like what they call like nationalizing stuff. So like communists in the past just nationalize everything and they control the economy because they control the government and the state. They have an extremely broad bureaucracy that controls society instead of having, you know, the market do it or something like that. But the true object is to actually dissolve the state altogether, to be honest. So yeah, can you have a state? Yes. I just don't see how you can stop hierarchy emerging without some form of government or rule that controls the population. Again, like you have to, I guess, look at government, imagine how you see government. Government is not there, like I said, as like just an administrative body. It is actually there to support the hierarchy. So if there's an existing hierarchy there, like you have a group of people that do have like a billionaire class, right? Soon to be a trillionaire class. And they want to maintain their control over the world's economy because that's what gives them the wealth, which gives them the power. Like you need, like a government is actually needed to support that form of hierarchy. And so if you had a society where wealth was abundant, like value, like everything was like people had what they needed to survive and they could live like a free existence where they're not bound up in like, you know, wage work, so they don't have to sell themselves on the marketplace to survive, and they just have what they needed and they choose their own existences. You don't need a government because there would be no hierarchy, because people wouldn't put up with a hierarchy, if that makes sense. They wouldn't allow other people to try and dominate them and tell them what to do because they already have what they need to survive. It's very philosophical. It's like hypothetical, this stuff. But like, yeah, a hierarchy is not necessary as such. It is required though in capitalism, yes. And so it's hard for us to understand a world that doesn't have hierarchy. Because like, who's going to control stuff? We need to control something. We need to regulate things. We need somebody there to make sure that people do the right thing, all of this sort of stuff. And you do need people around to make sure everybody's doing the right thing in a society where, like, you know, you exchange for a living, because people will cheat and exploit one another, try to game the system. And so you need to regulate that, try and get away with bad practices. But in a situation where people are catered for, generally, you can still have hierarchies. Like, you can set up a fucking club if you want and call yourself the leader. Set up a gang and call yourself the leader. But like, where people are covered economically, their subsistence needs are met. They don't have to go onto a market for housing and food and education, all of the things that make their life fulfilling. They don't need to find that anywhere else. They can get that. Then like, they could walk away from things too. And so if there's a hierarchy out there that doesn't make sense, they'll just walk away from it. Just walk away forever. So yeah, government is not necessary. It is, though, in the current system. We just can't see that it's not necessary because we're so used to how things work now. I think that any political system humans make will result in a society with a temporal lifespan. Societies go through cycles of high social cohesion, success, and then low social cohesion and failure. Yeah, fair enough. And yes, we will need, and like, communism won't be the end game either. I'm sure there'll be a form of civilization that evolves from that. If it were ever to happen, nothing stays stagnant forever. But like, what it is though a recognition of history, and history does evolve over time. Like, you go from different societal types that are based on different forms of economy. And so Communism is just a recognition of how history progresses. And to think that we're going to be in capitalism forever, like live like this forever, is kind of flying in the face of the evidence that is the progression of humanity. And so, like, if you think that capitalism, like the way that we live now, will be around forever, you're very wrong. But like, what we do have is some influence over how that trajectory will go. And communists believe that they have the answer on how that society should be, and will be, depending on who you speak to. But like, it's not going to be like this forever. And I think there's plenty of evidence to suggest that. Here's a gift sub for the Good Faith Chats. Who you gift subbing? Is this for TSY? Yeah, interesting. Thanks for the gift subs, 4AS, you goddamn legend. Thank you very much. To maintain an anarchist communist society, you must rely on very high amounts of social cohesion. So the threshold of social cohesion that will lead to collapse is way lower. So the threshold of social cohesion that will lead to collapse is way lower. Fair enough. Again, like, we are potentially thinking about this in terms of what we know. Instead of like trying to understand what it would be like in said communist or anarchist society. And I think if people don't have the pressures of struggling to survive, then the way that we think of social cohesion would be unrecognizable to us, because social cohesion wouldn't be based on like the rat race society that we live in at the moment. How do you even measure social cohesion in an anarchistic society? Yeah, that's the question. Like, if you change the fundamental basis of the economy and how people survive, how people reproduce, that's like what an economy does. It just allows us to reproduce our existence in capitalism with luxuries and extras. But like, yeah, in an economy where people are catered for and they don't have to sell themselves into servitude for that, like through wage labor or something like that, what would social cohesion be like? Like North Korea, for example, will take a very long time for the general population to collapse because of polarization, because of high authoritarianism, while a society like America is close to collapse. Well, like, I guess if you think that North Korea is like anarchist or communist, then like, I understand what you're saying from that perspective. But like, yeah, they're very cohesive, but they're also trained and conditioned to believe in social cohesion. Like, they really see themselves as a unit. North Korean society, they really, like, everything they do, they talk about from the perspective of like being for the greater good kind of thing. Whereas like American society is fully conditioned to believe that the individual is paramount. And so like, it's not like they don't look at society as like, we all need to work together kind of thing for the end goal and the survival of American culture or the American way of life. They actually see society as like some type of bowl of resources where you can pull yours out and like you step on other people to lay claim to whatever you want from that pool of wealth, basically. Fuck you as long as I get mine. Thank you. Very much more concise way of saying it. Yes. You could argue it's due to liberalism and not a symptom of communism or anarchy specifically. Freedom is the core and the cause. Yeah. Freedom in a market setting as well. Let's be honest here. That's the point of the freedom of liberalism. It's freedom to be able to move on the market. That's very important, because if the fair justification from liberalism is that like, if you don't have the market, then like our economy fails and everyone dies. So we need the freedoms of the market to help the system go. The two-party system is the ultimate recipe for collapse. The bigger and more concentrated division is, the more likely it is to kill itself from the inside or split apart. Or, as we have discovered, like in relation to someone like Brian from the New Atlas, their look on things, the two-party system is just the vehicle that keeps the masses concentrated on a manufactured war between two political entities that have the same end goals and objectives, but like on the surface level, they compete over culture war issues that are meaningless in the long run. And so it's more of a distraction, actually, the two-party system, to continue the agenda of people who actually control American policy. And it's not the people, let's just say. 100% on agree there to TSY. The two-party system foments division, but it also tends to be the default setting of most naturally formed democracies. It's nice to see three-party systems rise when they do, but even they have their faults. Everything does. There's no perfect system. There is not. That is true. There's definitely not a perfect system. And that's why like so much of the propaganda against like communism and stuff like that is bullshit, because they're like, you didn't bring in the utopia. It's like, who said it's going to be a utopia? Humans have fucking problems. Humans have a lot of problems. At the society-wide level, at the individual level, humans are just fucking problematic. It's complex being a social creature. It's just the idea of communism, I find, is just like, well, let's not make human life any more complicated than it has to be by forcing everyone into a system where the majority have to work to survive and feel like, you know, egregious economic harms and frustrations because of like this type of economy where we sell our labor and there's like a small group of people that get to decide what to do with it. Like, why make human life, which is difficult, even harder by like, you know, the rat race of modern life? Like, rat race sucks. Like, struggling to make a living, you know, like the usual pressures of modern life. Like, that stuff sucks. And like, being human is hard enough already. Being social is hard enough already. Why make it harder? I got a lot of problems with you people. And now you're going to hear about it. There it is. Yeah, democracy is the most easy system to collapse and overthrow. That's why all the famous dictators in history come from democracies. Something should take out that problem. Eh? Voltateur's in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Don't get to see you much these days, unless you lurk all the time. Did somebody say third party? Yeah, you know they did. Dilemmas. Did somebody say one nation? All right. I like every so often, LOL. It's good to have you. Yeah, liberal democracies are very vulnerable, specifically because of their liberalism. It's a tough one. Eh? The thing that gives them strength is also their Achilles heel. Who would have thought? You try and solve it and usually end up with authoritarianism. Yeah. Look, I think there's certain theories out there that suggest like democracies as we know them, or Republican style political organization as we think of democracy today, is like actually at points in time where we have a general level of abundance, and like as in like we distribute wealth better. And so when we distribute wealth more evenly, like people feel like tend towards democracies as we know them. So like republics, where you have like representation and political participation in society. And then when like society gets like shit and unequal, which is the direction we're going in at the moment, where we're getting like hyper inequality. So like hyper concentration of wealth at one end and like scraps for everybody else. Then like that political system naturally tends towards authoritarianism, because like it suits the system itself, because there's certain people that have all of control over the wealth, and so like they don't want it to be taken away from them through some type of democratic or Republican style system. And so it's actually the precursor is the economic that influences the political. So like the more unequal your society gets, the more in danger you have of authoritarianism, as opposed to it being like, oh, democracies lead to authoritarianism because democracy is vulnerable. It's like, no, economics will allow democracy to happen because people have a more wealth spread amongst all of them, so they all have a say in what they want to do because they're all active in that society. They have a voice because they can participate, because they have some of the value that it creates. They have a say. They want to have a say. So democracy rises from there, or what we would call democracy, because they have a stake in it, which is something that Dilemmas talks about all the time. It's like people don't want to go and fight and die in an army because like they don't own anything in that society anyway. Like when you have more people that own their own homes, they're going to defend their homes and they'll join the army to defend something because they have a stake in that society. But like the less of a stake you have and the more you're just like a fucking, I don't know, expendable in that society, the more you tend towards authoritarianism. It's an interesting theory. Also, what is your plan to deal with the decrease in birth rate because of feminism? Well, look, I'm going to just take that as a hypothetical that feminism has caused a decrease in the birth rate. You could easily argue that men going their own way is going to have a massive impact on the birth rate if they choose to reject the vehicles that produced humans in the first place and choose not to shoot DNA at them and create humans. So like that's going to be a big factor. But like, yeah, because of feminism, the birth rate has declined. But like, you know, ask yourself the question, what society has produced feminism in the first place? And hanging weights from their dicks? Yes, so good. I still can't believe that guy can't use his cock. Like that poor guy. He's 20 and he can't use his cock because he was hanging weights from his dick. What an idiot. God, what an idiot. I just want to slap him. Like, what were you thinking? But yeah, like the decrease of the birth rate because of feminism, like what type of society produces a reaction where people, I don't know, like men and women move away from each other? Like I think again, feminism, as you're describing here, would be very different in a society that is post-capitalism, that doesn't have the pressures of capitalism. It doesn't have to be a perfect system, but again, like the pressures of capitalism, like produce these responses in people, like the feminism that you're talking about. 100% authoritarianism provides the safe security from outside threat. It provides a strong leader when you're not doing well. Oh, I tell everyone to have kids, TSY, if they can. Haha. Don't know what else to do, to be honest. True. Have men considered not being shit? Well, apparently it goes both ways, Ravy. Have women considered not being shit? Yeah. So that's why I think TSY is actually the most feminist out of all of us. What he's advocating is for equality of the sexes. That's what I hear when you read TSY stuff. It's just like women suck. And like men are expected to conform to gender roles. That's exactly the feminist position. Like women are just like, why do we have to conform to gender roles? It's men who are the problem. Men suck. Like if anything, TSY is a true feminist and is just arguing for equality of the sexes. Like go for it, bro. I believe it. I believe in that. But it's not the only place with birth rate problems. My lesbian friends have more kids than my straight friends. LOL. I wouldn't say it's necessarily linked 100%. Might be a factor, but regardless of the cause, the low birth rate is the issue. Everyone get fucking. Yeah, do that. It's hump day. It's hump day. Bringing a daughter into this world is kind of cruel. And I thought I was nihilistic, Heidi. All right. Interesting questions, by the way. Very interesting stuff. But like, yeah, I do want to get into ye old Pope Leo here, because like my big linchpin for moving away from kind of capitalism is the idea that we have good means of producing a society that is way more fair to humans, because we have an incredible technology now, but we just have people that control that technology for their own private interests. And like if we were able to use that technology a little bit better, because we had some type of collective control over it, and we have some type of social cohesion in a real sense, not a manufactured sense, then like, it would be better. Like we could create a society that like has better prospects than what we are looking at now, where men and women seem to hate each other. And like there is questions over whether the human race will continue. And I think AI is a big part of that question. So I would like to know what the Pope has to say about this situation, because the Pope has apparently come out and started basically warning people about AI. It's not the first time he's been doing stuff like this. He's actually been on this trend for a while now. But like he's come out with like a manifesto apparently, warning about AI and the effects it's going to have on the human race. And technology, waves of technology always do have a big impact on the human race. Let's be honest. The places the birth rate problems are Europe, European-derived societies like America, Canada, Australia, and so on, and Western-influenced society like post-World War II Japan and South Korea, and then form a lesser extent in some countries. The younger internet-raised society has been influenced by this digitally in some countries across the world that are Westernized. It's interesting you say that, because like that's the demographic trend is actually more than just Western society. And it's actually impacting a lot of places around the world traditionally that people have thought were outside of demographic collapse in like, the advanced world, let's say. And actually the trend is more ubiquitous. There are some societies that like are going to experience demographic collapse earlier than others, but the general trend now is developing society or advanced society, let's just say industrially, is that the actual general trajectory is to a lower birth rate, even in places like, like developing places like Asia or Africa and stuff like that. Birth rate is actually dropping generally now. It's not just a Western phenomena or something like that. Like look at China, for example. Like a big problem with women. Like women are fundamental to that whole like, what do we do about the birth rate? Like, if anything, they are instrumental in that whole process, I would say. Very, very important in that equation. Anyway, yeah, plug. I haven't said any plugs today. If you're watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button already, I'm very disappointed in you. But like, please hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you are on Twitch, hit the follow. I guess you could try and tie it to the digital generation too. Again, big claim. But like apparently there has been a shift though from 2016, which is around the time of the smartphone intervention in humanity, that like birth rates have kind of dropped since the introduction of the smartphone, which is an interesting case, I must say. Unlike the West and the East, there is a giant gap between rural and city, where you basically correlate English language proficiency with their Western values. China is an exception to this because of the whole one-child policy stuff. But nonetheless, it's an exception to the rule, but like nonetheless, within a capitalistic environment, maybe they might not have considered themselves to be capitalistic, but they were living in world capitalism at the time and felt the pressures of world capitalism. Maybe it wasn't market pressures, and it was pressures from being, cut off from the world economy because of sanctions, or even the threat of military aggression from capitalists. They're still pressured by the system of world capitalism. They came up with a one-child policy. So, because of the effects of capital and capitalism, you can argue that the Chinese policy or the one-child policy has been affected because of the system as a whole. But yeah, generally, even in places that are developing or maldeveloped, birth rates are dropping apparently. Don't you think feminism can create conflict between the sexes even if they are financially happy? But like, yeah, of course it could. In the same way that what was the thing again? The acronym, men going their own way, can cause conflict as well. Like, yes, it can. I'm sure it can cause conflict. Any type of ideology can cause conflict. I agree. If that's what you want to hear me say, like, I'll say it for you and you can clip me on it. Yes, feminism can create conflict between the sexes. I think that is a fair thing to say. But like, I'm sure whatever the other opposite of that is, the MG toe can cause conflict between the sexes, even if they're financially happy. Chat sassy today. Get some fresh air. Taygard in the house. How you going? But yeah. Interesting chat today. My God. Shall we listen to the Pope? Are you guys happy to change directions here? Or like, are we going to continue on this one? How about we just have a Pope break and then we'll get back into the swing of things? In my opinion, MGTOW is a reactionary movement that only exists because of feminism. Okay, fair enough. But like, would you admit, concede that like a lot of the points that you've raised about like, oh, men should do this and women should do that, seem to all be about finances? They seem to be around like, who should pay for this and who should do this, and like, if I pay for this, then you should be this type of person. Like, if I pay for this, then you should cook the dinner because I paid for it, kind of thing. Like, I would put it to you then, if you are happy to admit that. If not, tell me otherwise. That you're not actually arguing about just the traditional battle of the sexes that has raged, I'm sure, since like forever. Let's be honest. As long as there's been Homo sapiens sapien. But like, what you're describing is financial pressures on human relations, or relations between humans of different genders or different sexes, whatever. And so like, it is like this reactionary movement, if it exists only because of feminism, like a lot of the concerns seem to be about the pressures though of a society that causes people financial stress. And so like, you might not have a reactionary movement with the veracity that you're describing if it wasn't for that financial stress component. Because the examples that you've given are just financially based, honestly. Or they seem to only be financially based. Yeah, there's many economic problems, but also non-economic ones. Like, for example, in dating, women are extremely hypergamous, more than before feminism, and high body counts that men dislike. Hypergamous. Is that hyper? What's that? Is this a Urban Dictionary thing? Act of people, the act or practice of marrying up or dating up. Interesting. Dating or entering a relationship with someone who has higher socioeconomic, financial, or perceived social status than yourself. Look at that first image. Interesting. Like punching above your weight? I think it's more of like a socio-economic thing. Like a power thing. Like, are you suggesting that women select partners based on the perceived status of that person? And they put weight on that? That's not a problem, but like it's devoid of all context. There are a lot of people that would actually pick based on status. Yes. Like status in human societies and human organization comes in many forms. Like in certain tribes, you can have status because, I don't know, you have the biggest collection of the most important seashells or feathers. Or like you're the best hunter in that society or something like that. Or actually you're the most proven to be fertile. And so like humans put value on different things in different societies. So like I think it's dangerous. Again, like what you're talking about here is a uniquely capitalistic phenomenon because it's a relationship status with someone who is higher socio-economic, financial or social status based on some type of system where money and power and like property relations are a derivative. And so like this is again a uniquely capitalistic experience because some other societies you might attract partners to you because of your social status, but might not be based on socioeconomics, finances, or your position in that social structure specifically. But like, yeah, I can get down with that. People definitely pick partners based on the perceived status of that individual. Like, is that inherently female to do? Like, will men do that sort of stuff? Like, that was the point of the aristocracy, bourgeois society, really. Actually had to marry the right person. And like men would marry women because of their name and their status. To get access to the name and the status. It's been a big part of human organization for a long time. It's not only dating above their wage, but dating above their attractiveness. Okay, meaning women date men that are higher in attractiveness than them, and feminism inflates this, which causes incels, and men are struggling with relationships while other men are sleeping and discarding women, and then when women develop hatred of men. Wow. Man, this stream has taken a weird turn. Been listening while working. It's a very interesting one. I'm a widow himbo. Oh, whoa. I just learned what a himbo was today. Thank you, Takeout. I am learning. Ravi, when I first met my partner, I laughed and said, "This is the guy you're setting me up with," because he was a clean-cut guy from wealth. And I was like, no way. 10 years later. TSY isn't far off with that one. Post-60s feminism has had a massive impact. Like, isn't that like more sexual liberation feminism and then like corporate feminism? Your argument is basically is based the superficiality of it equals that's capitalism, baby. It's my usual argument, yeah, definitely. And like it fits in here nicely. So women say all men are cheaters and superficial, while men say women have extreme standards. Okay. And so like you hate women for that reason then? Because they have extreme standards and say all men are the same. They only want one thing, men. Eh? I agree mostly with what this young fellow is saying. Then they got me out of prison. Life was hard. Yeah, that's capitalism. I gotta admit, this is just a discussion of the superstructure. Did he say he hated women? I thought it was just feminism. But like, I thought that was the point. Let me just double check that. And I'm using internet definitions here, but whatever. What was it again? Men go their own way. Separatist philosophy, whose adherents advocate for disengaging from romantic relationships and legal entanglements with women on the male self-reliance, financial, and avoiding the legal risks associated with modern dating. It's fundamentally biased against men. To avoid issues, these men deliberately choose to live independently. Okay, take it back. Apologies. It's not about hating women. It's just hating feminism, potentially. Just putting it out there, but I'm keen to hear from the Pope E. I've got your back. Yeah, thanks. It's coming, bro. It's coming. I do apologize. This whole discussion, just to let you know that guy can't get a fuck. I'm not saying I hate women. I'm saying that the system causes hatred between the sexes. Men going their own way means that the solution is either to leave to non-feminist countries or disengage from these structures to choke them until they give in. Fair enough. I'm still hearing the system has caused this problem. And the system ain't feminism exactly. That's an ideological position. The system is more the society itself, I would say. You can agree with something written down and then be annoyed by people preaching it, lol. No, it is though. If you hear the way they speak about women, it's crazy. Women demanding a 666 standard is a good example of unfair expectations. It goes both ways. Modern feminism and advocating for women's rights is so important. Right now in the US, women are dying, being kept alive in a coma as incubators due to the anti-abortion laws. I think it's safer for women if men go their own way. Because migrating out makes the amount of men per woman lower, and disengaging makes less men available for women, which makes it so that they will be forced to lose their advantage in the market. Okay. That's it, Mr. Back to the pile. Well, it sounds like you've got a solution, right? Hey, St. Cheese in the house. Hey, we're going to be okay. All of us. It's so good. Like, you've become the voice of reason. It's fucking hilarious. Men and women should be supportive of each other's rights. We're all human and shared experiences and have shared experiences. This isn't team sports. Yeah. It's my standard. Not my standard. What a Freudian slip. Dilemmas. It's like how in China men struggle because there are so much more women per man. So if men migrate out and disengage, that will create the effect. But for women, so that then the remaining men will have reasonable dating. Yeah, like it sounds like you've got a strategy. So like, fucking sweet. If you've got a strategy, then you go for it. Disengaging. Fuck. Good on you. I just don't know, I don't know if I agree with the problem that is presenting itself. And so the problem, if you're looking for a solution to a problem that may be broader than what you're nailing it down to, like feminism calls this kind of thing, and we're just fighting back. Like as you've described multiple times, it's reactionary. We're just fighting back kind of thing. I think what you're describing is, way more than like one factor that needs to be rallied against. Way more. All right. We're going to the Pope. Hobo Joe has spoken. We're going to find out about AI and why we should all be fearful of it. It's going to change the goddamn world. It's going to fuck us all over. Strap yourselves in, please. Let's do this.
Humanitas. Infine di
Dear brothers and sisters, I want to thank all of you for being here today, for your interest. I sincerely thank those who have organized this meeting today, and especially those who have shared their competence and experience in the different reflections that we have listened to. In a special way, I'd like to thank Mr. Ola for accepting our invitation. In turn, in the name of the Church, I accept your invitation to walk together, to listen and to speak, and together to find the way for humanity in this time of artificial intelligence. What a great sign of hope.
Like I can't help but think, who the fuck does the Pope speak to for him to be like, watch out for fucking AI? Eh? Like, because he would talk to some of the most powerful people in the world, and like he's trying to give out a warning. Like, is there an agenda here? Something else that's going on that we don't know? Like, he's part of the distraction campaign, and he's always like, "Hey, look over here! Artificial intelligence is a problem," and like leading, like helping foment this idea that artificial intelligence is this force to be reckoned with. Like, because the tech bros want this discussion. They want people to be scared of AI because the people are talking about AI, and then they start to get normalized to it and like their control over it and all that sort of stuff. Is he like part of the agenda, or is he actually trying to warn people here? I wonder what it is.
Hope it is that with our differences,
he speaks to God. Sorry, I should have fucking seen that coming. I shouldn't have asked that question. Thank God he's doing it in English. Yeah, I know, right? And he speaks English well. Like, he's American, right? Thank God we don't have to listen to someone with an Italian accent. Yeah, that's so, like, why didn't I think of that? Of course he speaks to God. He doesn't speak to the most powerful people. Yeah, like the Vatican doesn't have awesome AI right now. Yes, thank you.
We can listen to one another. This interchange clearly bespeaks the gravity of the moment, as well as confidence that together we can discern the major questions of our time, and so the future of humanity. At key moments in history, the Church is called to decipher the new things in the light of the gospel and the dignity of the human being. 135 years ago, my venerable predecessor, Leo XIII, observed the situation of factory workers, their families uprooted, and new forms of poverty generated by rapid industrial transformation. He understood that the Church could not remain distant. Within an epochal turning point menacing human dignity, the encyclical Rerum Novarum spoke its evangelical and social word about new things underway. Today, we find ourselves facing a transformation of similar magnitude, with perhaps even greater consequences. Artificial intelligence already touches many areas of our lives and affects decisions that shape human coexistence. It is also dramatically changing how war is waged. Like the earlier Leo, I feel entrusted to look upon another huge transformation with eyes of faith, with lucidity of reason, with openness to mystery, and with cries of the poor and the earth resounding in my heart.
Yes, is he woke? That's what someone said before. I think it was Lab Jeff said it. It's the woke Pope. So good. Come on, woke Pope. Hey, try to warn us about stuff like you have any type of authority. Why should people listen to you, wokey?
Magnifica Humanitas was born from listening, like Leo XIII did. I've listened to scientists and engineers.
The clergy are similar to the tech bros in that way. They honestly do use fear. Yes. And can I just correct you? We're not allowed to say tech bros here. People find that offensive. We had someone come in on Twitch and say it's offensive to say tech bros. And so now we say the brothers of tech. Tech bros is a derogatory term and should be used only where appropriate.
Who work with sincere enthusiasm on technologies capable of alleviating immense suffering. To political leaders and public officials.
Mystery movement, LOL, what? What happened? Oh my God. Like what? Did I miss something? Rewind? Rewind what? Quoting Pope Leo and acting like Pope Gregory. What did I miss? What's going on? What am I doing?
Magnifica Humanitas was born...
Oh, he said mystery? No way he did. I wasn't even paying attention.
...from listening, like Leo XIII did. I've listened to scientists and engineers who work with sincere enthusiasm on technologies capable of alleviating immense suffering. To political...
Shout out from the Pope. He said mystery. Thank you. I'll have to clip that one. Shout out from the Pope. Pope AI. Nostalgia Enterprises in the house. There you go. Brother Mr. E. Thank you. Thank you.
Political leaders and public officials who have perseveringly sought just rules. To parents and teachers who are deeply concerned for the future of younger generations. Other very troubling voices have also reached me about increasingly autonomous weapons systems, practically beyond any human reach to govern them effectively. I hear very troubling accounts of algorithms that can block access to healthcare, employment, and security on the basis of data tainted by prejudice and injustice.
Well, he's heard all of the stuff that we've been listening to for like, what, a good, year and a half now? The rise of algorithms in selection processes and the bias in data affecting things like excluding people from jobs or sending police out on the beat because they're using AI in police operations now, and it's tainted by prejudice, as he's saying, because like the data just like, not prejudice in the human sense, but prejudice in the fact that the data is just shit. And so like it's going out there at being prejudicial. It's attacking people based on shitty data. And like this is a real thing that we're all going to have to deal with as the AI revolution takes over and AI gets integrated in more and more services. It's just going to be shitty AI that's not trained to suit the market that it's in. It's going to make some bad decisions. Make some very bad decisions. Yeah, he's pretty woke. Yeah, Jesus told him. The woke, if you will. JD gave the last pope a handshake of death, so they selected a new pope accordingly. The woke.
And I've heard the silence of those who have no voice when decisions are made. Decisions likely to generate new forms of exclusion and suffering. From this listening, matured a disturbing conviction expressed in Magnifica Humanitas. Artificial intelligence needs to be disarmed. The word is strong, I know, but deliberately chosen because this moment needs words capable of attracting attention, awakening consciences, and indicating paths forward for humanity. The Church has long been working for nuclear disarmament, aware that every great technical power can affect people's lives, and so must be accompanied by adequate moral discernment and public control. Nuclear disarmament remains a service to peace and the dignity of the human family. In a similar sense, artificial intelligence now demands to be disarmed, freed from logics that turn it into an instrument of domination, exclusion, and death. Like nuclear energy, it must be at the service of all and of the common good. Decisions about technology must never be separated from conscience and responsibility. Let us not sleep as others do, admonished the Apostle Paul, but let us keep awake. Such vigilance is necessary today. Peace, not merely the absence of war, is justice at work. But when technology weakens our critical sense, peace itself is at risk. Disarming, however, is not enough. We must build. The word build reminds me of my years as a missionary in Peru. In 2017, torrential rains and floods struck the north of the country. Many families saw their homes swallowed by mud, and many roads too. There I learned that rebuilding does not mean simply replacing what has been destroyed. It means repairing bonds, restoring trust, and reawakening hope in the future. Moreover, no one rebuilds alone. In Magnifica Humanitas, I recall the biblical prophet Nehemiah. Before the ruined walls of Jerusalem, he gathers discouraged people to bring about rebirth. The image of walls does not legitimize closures or divisions, but invites each and every one to do their part. Brick by brick, a more just coexistence takes shape, capable of safeguarding the dignity of all. Nehemiah's effort speaks to our time. Artificial intelligence can be a construction site of history from within a horizon of communion in which technical progress learns to serve human life.
So there's the hope. AI could be a force for good. It could. Or it could be in the hands of the brothers of tech, and they could use it for great evil. Pope claims to be the vicar of Christ. Torpine, how you going? Scary prospect that it literally means vicar of Christ. Implies that he has the same power and authority that Christ had over the church. Interesting. Mystery mentioned. It's a regular Da Vinci Code. What's the movie? The Mystery Code being released? Question mark. Guy's from Chicago, but wants to talk with an Italian South American accent. Jingle Jangle Jam's in the house. How you going? Satanists are a small sect, a minority religion. It hardly has the amount of damage on society comparable to Christianity. Fair enough. All right. Let's do this. Back to it.
Let each builder choose with care how to build, warned St. Paul. He does not fear the work site. Rather, he warns against building without solid foundations. Let's not fear artificial intelligence.
Transhumanism is what I can't wait for. Yes. And it won't be fucking transhumanism for all of us plebs either. That's why we have a low birth rate. They don't mind getting rid of the excess, if you know what I mean. Get rid of the plebs. They're not going to be needed soon anyway because of all the tech. And the ruling classes of the world will live on forever thanks to their transhumanist aspirations. Could you imagine Peter Thiel living forever? You want the human race to survive, right? Right? And like he's just sitting there. You're not answering, Peter. Do you want the human race to continue? He's like, it's a hard question. It's a hard question.
But constantly keep the question of the human in play. We cannot be careless with our most powerful technical instruments. True development.
Moses met God on Mount Sinai. Sin AI. Just seems weird to me. Coincidence? I think not.
But constantly keep the question of the human in play. We cannot be careless with our most powerful technical instruments. True development, says St. Paul VI, always concerns each man and the whole man. Each
Peter, why are you looking at me like that? Mr. Thiel, no! Oh, very good.
Means that no person can be left at the margins of digital transformation. Whole means that no one can be reduced to productivity, to cognitive performance, or to mere data. The person bears within him or herself a freedom, an interiority, and the vocation to love and worship that no machine can replace or block. Only with such an integral vision can artificial intelligence be directed toward the common good. Only together, those who design systems and those affected by them, richer countries and poorer ones, institutions and individuals, power centers and peripheries, will we be able to build a future not for a privileged few, but for the entire human family. This is the civilization of love, which St. Paul VI spoke and which St. John Paul II so forcefully proclaimed as a horizon to seek together. It's not a naive dream, it is a direction. It is the path that Jesus Christ opens within history. For this reason,
the Pope preaching about AI is like the Sunday school teachers saying, don't use condoms. Interesting. Yeah. Well, like, you know, Like what he's saying is convincing in the sense that like we have to be careful what we do at this most important juncture. Like it is an important time as we step towards complete integration of this technology and like replacing people, which is probably a very scary thing, right? For religion, talking about condoms, right? Don't use condoms. Don't replace humans with machines. Like I'm assuming someone that's the head of a worldwide religion that requires more and more people to or people at least to be replaced so they continue their religion. Like AI would be pretty frightening, right? But why that dome hat? Where's the fancy one? Yes, I want to see some of that golden embroidery. What's with the shitty hat? Oh, we got that. Aren't Catholics the opposite? Don't they say any seed that's wasted makes God irate? Yes. Yes, they are.
And the church wishes with humility and frankness.
Do you like AI? We will get to that. Actually, you probably would know from my responses before. I think AI is going to be of assistance in the technology that will allow society to liberate itself from the current modus operandi, like the way we currently do things in a market society, in capitalism. It's integral to that. But like it'll never be used for any of that, you know, human progress stuff. While, and this is important, while it is in the hands of a bunch of brothers of tech. Because they are basically capitalist in their aspirations and they don't want technology that's going to liberate humanity. They want to control something so they can continue to have power. So like they own this technology and control this technology for their own interests. So AI in and of itself is fine. But like AI in the hands of very, very concentrated interests, a small interest group who just want to use that technology so they can be the top dog now. Like they're going to kick Wall Street out and take over because they've got the tech now. Like, you know, what's life going to look like under these guys? Do I prefer Wall Street capitalism? Do I want surveillance capitalism, as they call it, under tech bros, under the brothers of tech? Do I want to go back to old, you know, industrial capitalism, where life was simpler and men and women knew their place? Do I want this new fancy surveillance capitalism where nobody knows anything? What's life going to be like? The brotherhood of technology. The Pope wears a big fish hat. Looks more like the dragon fish god worshippers wore. Psyop stopping hat. Once I discovered the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me.
Yes. To be part of conversations on artificial intelligence. We do not possess the technical answers, nor do we seek to displace those with expertise. But we bring a wisdom concerning the human that our present time desperately needs. Every person is unique and irreplaceable, a free and intelligent subject with a conscience, capable of seeking God, serving one another, and caring for our common home. I therefore invite all members of the church and of the human family. Let us learn to listen to one another, face the present challenges with courage, and cooperate in building a more human and fraternal society. From this launch of Magnifica Humanitas, please take with you a commitment to stay awake and as artisans of hope to keep on building the worksite of our time. May the Spirit of the risen Lord sustain our work together. I entrust each of you to our Mother Mary. Her Magnificat sings of the greatness of God who uplifts the lowly. May she teach us to recognize the true greatness of every man and every woman in loving and serving. May the Lord make fruitful the great enterprise that today we entrust to his grace, letting the civilization of love mature in history. And upon all of you, I heartily invoke God's blessing.
What the fuck is BS PSYOP boosting rhetoric talking points? Wow. What an introduction to the chat there. Thomas, the attack engine. What's your profile? Oh my god, it is actually a Thomas picture as well. It's not the original Thomas though. It looks like a red one. Welcome to the stream. If you guys are new here, make sure you subscribe for more. Hit the like button if you're on YouTube, and if you are on Twitch, follow for more. Spoiler, AI is feeding him the speech through an earpiece. Yes, that's pretty good. Did AI write that speech, Mr. Pope? Eh? You've been busted, bro. Busted. All right, so basically, what did we hear just then? The Pope's getting on his high horse because he wants a little bit more humanity brought back into discussion about AI, because he has, spoken to God? Not spoken to AI leaders and industry experts. He's spoken to God, and God has said that AI is one of those junctions in human history, one of those important industrial revolution moments, and humanity will be left behind, figuratively and literally. Figuratively and literally. We can figuratively leave our humanity behind us as we, move forward into this new technological age, and we could literally leave people behind and destroy the human race because of the integration of software into more and more of life, replacing human labor and our social relations themselves. And so he's calling out this situation, and we need to be careful. Fair enough. That's fine. A lot of people do this, though. It's interesting that the Pope's getting behind this. Does he have his own agenda? That's what I want to know. Is this just a religious thing for him? If you replace humans and you create a world where, AI regulates social relations, let's say, AI is the regulating force between humans and other humans, then, does the religion lose out here? Does, Catholicism lose out when, as someone's made jokes about already, the machine god takes over? And so everyone will turn to AI for answers now, and no one will turn to the Pope or his institution anymore, and get their understanding of the world, get their salvation through the machine god, as opposed to him, the earthly conduit to the sky god. Is that what he's worried about, or is this actually a humanitarian cause? How do people feel about that one? He's not saying anything wrong. We do have to be careful about how we integrate it. But we're not going to have, I didn't hear him say the people that have this technology need to be held account. I just hear these grandiose kind of oh, watch out, AI is coming. We better make a good decision as a society. We have a fucking word to say about this either way. There are a bunch of fucking brothers of tech out there that control this technology, and they want to roll it out for their own personal interests, and they don't give a fuck about whether it impacts us or not. We don't have any control over this. He's preaching to the wrong people, if you ask me. If he's talking to us, plebs, then we need to be worried about this technology. We have a say in it anyway. I think we've just missed the window here. The Pope really shouldn't be American. I wanted someone better than us. They only picked him because we are fucking it. We are fucking it. We fucking shit up so bad, and the church knows. Power dynamics, well, there you go. AI will attempt to tame the humansies. Isn't that 40K stuff? We get Americans meddling with our internet, but they get Americans calling for the opposite. If this is what gets rid of religion, then let's speed up building those data centers. Savage, bro. It's savage. Come on, think about all of the spiritual types out there. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Is AI going to provide the spirituality out there? The largest telescope in the world is owned by the Catholic Church, and it's called Lucifer. Bansal Bennett, where did you get that from? That's fact of the day right there. Can you back that up, please? I want to see said Lucifer telescope. Thomas the Attack Engine at St. Chi. And this is why we don't trust Catholics. Saying as a former Catholic, just socio-political, what's that? Cuckolism? And acting like they didn't see the mark on the Geb of the North to blame the people who did it. AI just dismissed a school. So yeah, let's turn it into a god. Decimated. And what school are you talking about? Are we talking about like Iran style stuff here? Like, oh, it wasn't us. It was the AI that made the suggestion was using wrong information. Then again, trust isn't the right word, but more rather the whole conversation is just queries. Take Tall Pine. Organized religion is putrid. Humans are flawed by nature, and none of them are holier than thou. Iran, yes. Yeah, I know, right? Yes. I just dismissed. That's an interesting way of saying it. I know you corrected with decimated, but dismissed sounds more bleak, doesn't it? AI literally just dismissed an entire school. This is the chatter, yes? That the targets were AI picked? Yes, 100%. And that's what he was talking about. He was like, we have autonomous weapons. Right? We have fucking autonomous weapons now. Like, is this the world that we sure we're going into this world correctly? These things can make decisions about to end human life. And like, again, this guy would love human life, I'm assuming. Like for personal reasons, not just the love of humanitarianism. What do you think of the Chad fishing subreddit? Are you asking me? Because you're asking the wrong person. I am not on Reddit. And I'm generally uncultured, so I'm sorry. All right. That's Pope Leo on a very important topic here. Let's get a breakdown of this, shall we? And so like he had this speech, but he didn't bring out his manifesto, and now he's released a manifesto or something. It's like 40,000.
Pope Leo called for artificial intelligence to be disarmed.
It's a 40,000 word document or something like that. So like he's basically written a thesis, probably written by AI, let's be honest. But like he's written a thesis. He's done his masters or something on artificial intelligence and released that to the people, and it's just happened. He's just released it. I wonder if we should read it and like comment on it and stuff, but like it might be too much of a slog, I guess. But like, yeah, this is the latest. So that was a few days ago he made this speech, and then today, or like in the last 24 hours, he's actually come out and released his manifesto.
In his first papal encyclical, calling for major regulation to protect against potential risks, including war and economic dislocation.
Artificial intelligence,
May 15.
paths forward for humanity.
Leo signed the text on May 15th, 135 years after his namesake, Pope Leo XIII, signed his own transformational document on workers' rights during the Industrial Revolution. For nearly 400 years, popes have used encyclicals to impart Catholic teachings. In his more than 42,000-word text, Leo wrote, quote, "It's not enough to invoke ethics in the abstract. Robust legal frameworks, independent oversight, informed users, and a political system that does not abdicate its responsibility are required. A more moral AI is not enough if that morality is determined by a few."
Whoa, is he taking a swipe at the brothers of tech there? The morality determined by a few? He's so close to getting to the answer as well, Mr. Pope. Like, so close. A more moral AI is not enough if that morality is determined by a few. And it's like, and what gives them the power to be able to determine what's acceptable AI? It's the private property relations that they hold. They have control over the means of production. They have control over it. And like, this is societal wide ramifications here. It'd be like if a bunch of people back in the Industrial Revolution had access to the only factories out there, and they controlled the only factories on planet Earth. The thing about the Industrial Revolution and industrial capitalism at that time was like anyone could start up a factory if they wanted to, if they got the capital together. But like not everyone can really get in on the AI arms race. It's not the same beast that we're dealing with. But like, yeah, he's not calling really, unless we read the document, but I don't hear a call to take it out of the hands of a few. It's just like, we got to be careful about morality when it's just a bunch of brothers of tech who control everything. Talk about moral AI. Get it? Get it? Come on. Don't be so pessimistic. Also, can we ignore talking about the manosphere? It's already taken over the rest of the internet. Yeah, fair enough. TSY. Is that what we're talking about here? It was a subreddit where men made Tinder accounts using fake profiles of male models and added the worst possible biographies. They still got hundreds of matches per day. Yeah, fair enough. We have spent a lot of that time on this already today, to be honest. Ben Robert Smith wore a Crusader pin for God while doing his deeds. Interesting. Fair enough.
I'm joined now by Christopher Hale, who writes Letters from Leo on Substack. Welcome, and thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So you wrote that line, Leo's line calling for AI to be disarmed, is the line to remember from his papacy. Why?
You know, when he first got elected on May 8, 2025, he said that he wanted a peace that was unarmed and disarming. So this phrase is something he uses again and again and again. I think it's noteworthy that he used that phrase to describe peace, because the biggest part of this encyclical was not theology, it was not even economics, it was war. Yeah. He's very concerned about the use of AI in war in particular. So I think it's a very good description of what he's hoping for.
Who do you think he was talking to in delivering that message?
I really think there was really two main audiences. It was the government here in Washington and around the world, and in Silicon Valley itself. Christopher Olah, of course, was there in the room with him. Anthropic had that infamous fight with the Pentagon in February, and the White House ended up blacklisting them from government contracts. Mm-hmm. I think that Pope Leo XIV, from my sourcing, found that Anthropic was courageous in that decision, standing up to the government. But there's also a third source I think he's speaking to as well. It's getting a little less attention. He's really speaking to consumers. He wants us on our phones less. He wants face-to-face encounters. He wants, children and families to have dinner without phones. Mm-hmm. So a little less screen time. So he's talking to everyone, in fact.
I want to jump into a little more of what Pope Leo had to say, but you mentioned Christopher Olah, and we should note here that there were some pointed critiques of AI companies in Pope Leo's remarks. Despite that, Anthropic co-founder Chris Olah, as you mentioned, was invited to be there and to speak. Here's a part of what he had to say.
AI development is concentrated in a handful of wealthy nations. How will we ensure that the gains of AI are shared globally? We do not have a mechanism for this. It is an unsolved problem. And it is the kind of problem the Church has historically refused to let the world ignore.
Why invite Olah to the Vatican, and what did you take away from his remarks?
I think that the reality of it is the Church cannot be Luddite. They can't simply reject technology. A lot of people were hoping actually for harsher critique of AI. And what Leo XIV says that AI is in fact inevitable, and we need to find good actors to play with. And I think he saw, and Christopher Olah, quite frankly, unlike some of his competitors, someone who is willing to play ball with ethics. I've been working in this industry for a long time. Really, the Vatican's been doing this for a decade, reaching out.
I don't know, man. Like Anthropic, I'm sure that like they spend time on ethics. Okay, like it's a big thing. AI ethics, basically AI safety, really. And like, they even have a HR department for their AI. They have people that worry about their AI systems feeling exploited and overworked. And so like they look after the health and well-being of their artificial intelligence. But like, I don't know, I can only feel like Anthropic, it's just the shtick for them. Like their selling point when considered to other AI features or platforms. Like their selling point is, oh, we're the ethical AI company. So like they're more than happy to sit and like do speeches with the Pope because it like helps their image. Like when people are thinking about integrating with AI and like there's questions about the integrity of the integration, like the ethics behind this type of technology, it's a great sell. It's a fantastic sell being like, hey, we're the ethical AI company. So if you really want to do business with someone, like don't go to our competitors who will like don't give a fuck and they will do deplorable things. We make it look ethical and we still do deplorable things anyway. Because like let's not forget, it was Anthropic. The reason all this shit started with Anthropic and like, the Pentagon and stuff, these Anthropic is so cool. So like found out that they were being used in strikes in Iran and they're like, oh my God, we didn't know. and like their reputation was being damaged, and so then they started fighting with the Pentagon and stuff like that. But like until they got fucking found out, they were more than happy to do business with the Pentagon, Mr. Ethical AI company over here. They were more than happy to do business with the Pentagon. But like I think it's just part of their image, to be honest. Just part of their image. Wow, true. Be skeptical when people are kind. Peace sells, but who's buying? Interesting.
To AI companies, and more than anyone else, Anthropic has played ball, unlike its competitors.
There were, as you mentioned, some big existential views on war in particular. Pope Leo talked about the use of AI in war as a sin, a betrayal of the just war.
Umbrella salesman needs rain. Very good. Who is the person that made that? A really insightful commentary about that. Like banks are like umbrella salesmen. God, fucking hell, what's his name? Mark Twain. Mark Twain makes some good commentary about that.
Doctrine. What did you make about the way he talked about that, the just war doctrine? Folks will remember there was a lot of back and forth about this when Vice President J.D. Vance criticized the Pope for weighing in on the war in Iran. What did you take away from it?
The American people are definitely getting a theology lesson. St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Augustine's coming up again and again. I think what he was saying is just war doctrine really is a six centuries old tradition that didn't really imagine a world where human actors were not being the ones to make decisions. Pope Leo XIV is aghast by war. He was very aghast by the beginning of the war in Iran when 168 children were killed at that school in Iran from forward. But I think that he actually thinks there's two levels of war. There's the atrocity of war waged by humans, but I think he finds the idea of wars waged by machines against human to be even more of an atrocity. So
Yeah,
he wants
I know,
the
right?
Catholic Church.
The Pope better not comment on war. Who does he think he is? Worrying about human life. Fucking hell, so good.
Social justice theory, a just war theory to really address this head on going forward.
It was striking the way the encyclical covered so many concerns around AI, about risks to children and society and so on. He also wrote this. He said, the pursuit of greater profits cannot justify choices that systematically sacrifice jobs. What exactly is the Pope?
Let me just take a minute to read that sentence. Because this Pope is sounding like some type of fucking evil commie. The pursuit of greater profits cannot justify choices that systematically sacrifice jobs. That is literally the point of capitalism. Like right there. The capitalist class develops and moves, develops technology and the means of production because it wants to reduce the cost of labor so it can produce more stuff at a smaller price to make more profit than their competitors. Like that is the raison d'etre of capitalism. Right there. It's like capitalism 101. Like they get better technology so they can fire more workers, so they have less workers than their competitors do, and they have less labor costs and better productivity from the laborers they have. This guy, this Pope over here, he's going to be really upset when he finds out what capitalism is all about. If he's upset about AI, he's going to be really pissed off about fucking capitalism, man. God damn. When you're sitting on a throne of solid gold, do you really care about human suffering? That's a fair point. Very interesting. He's going to be very upset when he finds out about the mode of production based on capital. This poor guy. Someone's going to have to break it to him. Should we write a letter to the Pope and tell him the type of system that he's living in is literally defined by the pursuit of greater profits based on the systematic sacrifice of jobs? He's going to have to be worried about the CIA if he ain't careful. Oh, man. Oh, so good. So good.
Choices that systematically sacrifice jobs. What exactly is the Pope calling for here?
I think he's calling for regulation, much to the chagrin of many in Washington. J.D. Vance famously goes to Europe in February 2025 at the beginning of his term and says, we need to stop talking less about guardrails and disruption and talk more about innovation. And Pope Leo XIV is saying, actually, we do need to talk about guardrails. We do need to talk about disruption. Leo XIII was really concerned about the Industrial Revolution, what it would do to workers. It really gave birth to the labor movement and to labor unions. I think Leo XIV is looking for some kind of social movement as well, against safeguarding against the atrocities that might come from economic dislocation due to AI.
Separate from AI, we do need to know that the Pope made an historic apology for the Vatican's role in legitimizing slavery, for the failure to condemn it for hundreds of years. He called it a, quote, wound in the Christian memory, one from which we cannot consider ourselves detached. It's a very big moment for the church. Why this moment, and why make that message in this way?
You know, he is the first U.S.-born pontiff. He knows in the flesh and his own experience, his own demographics, his own roots, the effects of American slavery. And so I think it's twofold. I think he realizes it's the 250th anniversary of his home country, and we're not hearing a lot about the failures and sins of the American past in our own government. So I think he's actually putting his voice out there as a moral leader globally. But also it's very clear that he sees that there could be affronts to human dignity, not dissimilar to slavery, coming forth in this era as well. And I think he fears that AI could exacerbate that problem.
He did announce very early.
I think the CIA are incompetent. I mean, look at the huge mess they've made of US identity and American universalism in the last 20 years. China didn't even have to do anything but let them make intelligent failures upon failure since 9/11. Intelligence failures. Yeah, interesting. Billionaires don't make that kind of money without stepping over and on a few. Yes. Pope's on board for the New World Order. Yeah, apparently. Yeah. Bento, the only guardrails that would be put in is for the general public. We have to believe that governments or business will abide by them. I've got a bridge to sell ya. Fucking good point. Fucking hell.
In his papacy, he considered AI to be the biggest challenge facing humanity today. Wrap up everything you heard in the encyclical today, everything you read, and in terms of how it informs his papacy moving forward.
You know, Pope Leo XIV is a consumer of Western media. He's the first pope to own a cell phone, to own an Apple Watch, to send an email. So he experiences the technological revolution in the flesh. So when he was writing this document, he was not writing about something he read about. He's writing about something he's experienced. And so I think his own experience informs this. And he's concerned not just for humanity, but for our posterity. He is the Pope of our children. And that's, I think, his biggest concern.
Christopher Hale, the man behind the Letters from Leo Substack. Great to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Well. That's interesting, isn't it? Well. He's a pope that can send an email. He's got this compared to all the other popes that didn't even have an Apple smartwatch. Fucking hell. All right. We're going to have a quick break. And then we'll be back with some more. We're actually going to continue on the AI train today. So I hope that's your jam, but we're doing AI all day today, apart from discussing relationships and stuff like that. But like apart from the relationship banter, we're going to be continuing our AI run. So strap yourselves in. If you're watching this for the first time, you're new here, make sure you hit the subscribe button and activate the like button on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. We will be back. Don't go anywhere.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me
All right. We're back. We're back. We're back. Try at 0.7 speed. You know what? I have never tried that before. I might have to listen to it slowed down. Is it quite the experience? I'll have to try it. Okay, like I said, we're going to be continuing on the AI train. I want to do this. I picked up on this piece a couple of days ago. And like, why I hate this guy, you guys might remember him actually. Whatever his name is, Ross, whatever. Ross. Do that. It's probably not how you say it, but it's funny. This guy Ross speaks
Manhattan Project
to this dude about
the closer you are to the machine god.
this guy here, Ross, is the guy that captured Peter Thiel in that viral moment that we were talking about just before, when Peter Thiel was kind of like, he was like, you do think that humanity should continue, right? Right? You do think that humanity should continue? And like Peter Thiel was like, I don't know. I mean, it's a hard question. And like that kind of moment went viral, and everyone was like, who is this evil fuck, Peter Thiel, who doesn't think humanity should survive? Again, like he was clipped out of context, and context is important, because he was actually trying to talk about transhumanism. But like it looked really bad when he stumbled and couldn't say that humanity should survive. Anyway, this guy, Ross Do That, I want to say Do That, has now interviewed a gentleman who has opinions on the AI arms race. Now, it's been always my position that the AI arms race is kind of just a war between like China and the US, like an all-out war and a slogfest, and like it's really just going to come down between like Chinese AI and American AI, and like the battle that goes on between them. And like I know a lot of people here think of things in relation to not World War III, but like Cold War 2.0, and like I would say some of the basis behind Cold War 2.0 is like this dichotomy between the US and China, and who's got the real upper hand and who's the power. But like the eternal struggle that's going to go on between these two superpowers is going to be one of the defining features of our time, like here in the 21st century. And like I've always really subscribed to this idea that like there really is an AI arms race happening between the two of them. But like unlike a space race that everybody gets to see, the arms race that's happening between these two societies in terms of AI is completely hidden from us plebs. Like we don't get to see it because like they don't even really know what's going on. Like the cyber warfare that comes out of control over AI is something that they're like always competing against one another with. They're constantly fighting each other. Like if World War III does exist, it's probably in a cyber plane somewhere, and like they're constantly fighting each other with artificial intelligence, or like software, let's say like intelligent machines of some sort, and they're constantly probing and fighting against each other on the peripheries, like invading each other. Like, you know, the espionage that happened in the Cold War like was one of the defining features of the Cold War. Well, the espionage of the Cold War 2.0 is like them infiltrating each other's systems with cyber warfare and like just watching each other. And so like I've been a big believer in this idea that there is a Cold War 2.0. But like this guy, I've watched like half of it or something, and this guy has a very different perspective and all that, and he doesn't actually think the United States and China are really warring at all, and they've got different trajectories and stuff like that. So like this is an alternate position on this one. Even the title, the US and China are not in an AI arms race. Like that is completely antithetical, I think, to most people's understanding of what is happening between these two powerful nations. Because like, you know, Pope Leo just spent all of this time talking about like how AI is going to take over, and yeah, he's going to it's like, yeah, AI is going to take over and it's going to be used in warfare, and we all need to be really careful about stuff. And like this guy kind of makes out like it's a non-issue, don't worry about AI. And so like, is this guy here peddling from the New York Times? I'm pretty sure he's from. This guy Ross, pretty sure he is. Is this guy peddling like propaganda to try and get people to stop being scared about AI warfare between China and the US, and be like, don't worry about it, nothing's happening, it's going to be okay in the end? Or is there some substance behind what this guy's talking about? I'm back, baby. What did I miss? We watched the Pope talk about AI, why he's scared of AI, and like why he's raising awareness about AI, how it's going to integrate into society, and like what possible ramifications are of integration of AI into things like warfare and like social life and all that sort of stuff. And now we're going to start a piece where, do you remember this guy, 4AS? His name is Ross. Anyway, he's the guy that interviewed Peter Thiel that time and was like talking to Peter Thiel and like got the big gotcha moment of Peter Thiel's career, I would say. And he's like, do you think the human race should continue? And like Peter Thiel was like, I don't know. This is that guy, and he's talking about AI again. But he's talking to someone who doesn't believe that there's an AI arms race between America and China, which I think is fascinating. So we're gonna watch that next. So if AI is not your jam, I do apologize, but it's incredibly important in understanding how the world works. Yeah, you hesitated. That guy, yeah, you hesitated there. Yeah, that's just stupid. China is winning. Well, let's listen to somebody who spent time in China apparently and talks about this stuff and has deep opinions on this. Let's have a look and see if that's true. Is China winning? China. Let's do this.
The more its voice whispers, the closer you are.
I might speed this up actually. All right, let's do this. Fucking 52 minutes. It's going to take us like 3 hours to get through this. Or maybe, actually, I think he says that. Have you watched this, Jag? I'm pretty sure they are collaborating. Like, collaborating? Wouldn't that be interesting if they are collaborating? And what would that look like? What would that look like? Haven't seen this? My God. We're going to call you the Oracle from now on.
To the machine god, the more its voice whispers in your ear, right?
That's right. Yeah, I don't think the Beijing has an AGI pilled.
Kyle Chan, welcome to Interesting Times.
Great to be here.
So at the moment, there are really only two countries that matter for the AI future: the United States and China. Their leaders are meeting in Beijing, and the atmosphere is sort of similar to a kind of Cold War atmosphere where people think and argue and talk about them being in a kind of arms race.
We're leading China. We're leading China by a lot. China knows that.
I think at the moment, China is winning.
There's no second place. It's either going to be the United States or China.
You are an expert on China and AI, and we're going to talk about that race. Who's winning, what winning even means, whether it even makes sense to talk about the US and China in terms of a race. But I want to just start with a basic question. How is China's current approach to AI different from the American approach?
It's quite different, actually. So in the US, there's a particular focus on AGI, artificial general intelligence, and to create something approaching an artificial superintelligence, some kind of almost machine god that can do virtually everything that any human can do, at least on a computer. And more. That's right.
You want to get more, right? That's the...
If you're not across it, there are some certain terms that you probably need to know. AGI is artificial general intelligence, and like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, who the fuck knows? But like, generally speaking, artificial general intelligence means there is some type of, it's usually like an LLM, like, ChatGPT or something, that has the general understanding of like every field of human knowledge. So like a generally high level of understanding, like a PhD level understanding of mathematics, of biology, of carpentry, of like anything, any field of knowledge you could understand. It has a general expert's knowledge of that. So you can ask it anything and it will give you basically an expert understanding of that field. That's artificial general intelligence. And if you can produce a machine that can do that, that is generally intelligent on everything, then like that machine should be able to kind of replace humans in most things, and then be able to develop a body of knowledge and thought beyond any capacity that a human would be able to have, because they kind of generally are, they just are intelligent on everything, right? And then there's super intelligence, which is different. I seem to find or recall these people don't speak about super intelligence. So there's ASI, so artificial super intelligence, and artificial super intelligence is like beyond general intelligence, and like it goes to like this idea that AI will become so intelligent in terms of like IQ, let's say, that it'll have like an IQ of like, 200, then 500, then 1,000, and like at a level of IQ of 1,000, like it can, travel space and time, and like figure out all of the problems that humanity has ever had. It'll solve all of the world's problems, and we'll be living in the space age in a matter of seconds, because this AI is just so incredibly intelligent and powerful. Like it can conceive of things that like we wouldn't even think possible. Like we'd be goldfish trapped in a bowl compared to ASI, which is like of human level intelligence. Like it is just be able to solve problems we didn't even know we had, and like make potentially life better, or just wipe us all out. I don't think it really matters. It's just about how intelligent it really is. So like just keep certain terms in mind when you hear these people speaking. I would agree that we will all get UI before we die. Is that like UI as in like universal income? Is that what you mean? Do you think all problems are caused by the economy, or can some problems exist independently, even under communism? Absolutely. Absolutely. As I said before, TSY, humans have problems. Humans have problems. And so we don't need a system like capitalism, which requires us to be under incredible financial pressure, as you've been describing, to make it worse. But like, yeah, humans are going to still have fucking problems. It's just that they won't have problems that you have now under a mode of economy like capitalism. They'll have problems of communism. They'll have to struggle with like how to politically organize themselves and ensure that like, the hierarchy that you were describing before, like doesn't come in and take over and like all that sort of stuff. Like how to make sure that we continue to have that general abundance. Like they'll have other organizational problems, but I'm just hoping they're not going to have financial pressure. Because if you've ever been under financial stress, as anyone will probably tell you in the chat if they know about living under financial stress, it's fucking awful. It's awful. It's an awful existence. And like, we just won't have those problems. And I'm all for a world like that. How about no uploaded intelligence? Ah, yes. Okay. So you mean like Musk, like brain chip kind of stuff, right? What does he call it? Neuralink stuff? That would be fucking mental. I don't know if I'd let the brothers of tech tap into my consciousness directly. I'm more than happy having the tech bros modify my behavior through social media and my phone.
Super part. Absolutely. And you can see that the amount of spending, the amount of investment, the amount of effort that the American big tech companies and their, quote unquote startups like OpenAI and Anthropic, which are now close to $1 trillion each, are pouring into this is an indication that they're making a big bet that they can get there at some point, maybe in the near future. That's the race to AGI in the US. China is running a different kind of race. I would argue they're running multiple races. On the one hand, they are trying to produce better and better AI models. They do want to try to keep pace with their American competitors. But that's not all they're focused on. They're also focused on efficiency, making these models smaller, cheaper to run, easier to deploy. That's one area. Another area they're focused on is diffusion, trying to get AI into the hands of as many users as possible. And part of that strategy involves open source, right? So this involves kind of giving away your models for free. And that allows other people around the world, including in Silicon Valley, to download Chinese models. And
like our brain getting uploaded, so we become a digital entity. Is that the type of transhumanism that you were referring to before? Interesting. Yeah. And what a scary concept as well, like downloading your consciousness onto something so you can live forever, I guess. Transcend time. Chip in the brain discussion in classic philosophical metaphysics topics. Interesting. The classic one is about your soul/mind if you stepped into time machine or teleportation device. Yeah. Well, scary world nonetheless. But like, this is the thing though, will we have access to said brain uploading? Or is it going to be like that movie where like you have so much time on your wrists kind of thing, and when you run out of time, you die?
to also customize them and tweak them based on their own data and to make them work in a way that's more tailored to their own needs. So that's the advantage of open source. And another major area that China's focused on is applications. Specifically, robotics is a huge area of focus, both for the government and for Chinese AI companies. But you don't really hear so much about AGI. You might hear some of the Chinese tech founders talk about this, and they sometimes sound a little similar to their counterparts in the US. But overall, they're much more focused on these sort of nuts and bolts uses and applications of AI in people's daily lives. That's the key priority.
So if I went to Shanghai or Beijing right now and spent a couple weeks there interacting with physical reality and digital reality, do you think I would notice a big AI-driven difference versus life in the United States? Just describe like the everyday experience of this strategy to the extent that it makes a difference in how people are living.
Yeah. So in the larger cities in China, you might see autonomous delivery robots dealing with package deliveries, food deliveries. You might see in a restaurant a waiter robot bringing your food. This is not super
Have
wide.
you guys ever seen shit like that before? Like the robot waiters and stuff like that bringing you food? It's pretty crazy shit. What the fuck? Shanghai is a regular city. Oh, not according to our mate over here. It ain't some Star Trek shit. Imagine downloading your brain into an android just for you to die and be in hell, looking up at the android, living your life as you. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, there's one near Darling Harbour in the ICC, one of the restaurants. That's crazy. I saw one at an airport recently. It's like going around cleaning and shit. Planner restaurant, if I recall. It's pretty basic though. Like it doesn't do much. Walking around cleaning, and they like the kids are running at it and stuff, like to see if it reacts, and it reacts pretty well. Like, please don't play chicken with a robot. Come on.
Spread yet, but it's starting to come about. Hotels, rather than having room service be delivered by a person pushing a cart coming up the elevator, it might be a delivery robot. You have, of course, the self-driving cars. You might even have drone delivery for coffee or food. But it would be a subtle but probably surprising difference to what most Americans experience in terms of their interaction with AI in the physical world.
So let's just pause for context because you talked
I love Shanghai. I like those NYC t-shirts. My first engagement, my first.
About the government versus the Chinese AI companies, right? And I think most viewers and listeners are accustomed to the American situation where you have a set of big companies. They have been extremely lightly regulated by Washington, D.C. And just in the last year, we've started to get into dynamics where the Pentagon especially seems concerned about their national security implications. There's talk about regulation, screening of models, and so on. But basically, it's been a very traditionally American capitalist environment, not a Manhattan Project or anything like that. To what extent is China similar or different just in the relationship between the companies and what is obviously a much more powerful and often repressive state?
Yeah, so in China, the state is in charge, or specifically, I should say, the party state, right? The Chinese Communist Party and the various government agencies that they oversee, they're the ones who set the rules. They're the ones who ultimately are shaping the trajectory of China's AI industry. They have quite strict regulations. For example, requiring AI models to be registered in advance. They have certain content and censorship rules that must be followed. They have a whole host of ways to enforce their rules, have leverage over Chinese AI companies. And there are echoes back to a previous era where they Chinese regulators cracked down on Chinese internet companies, for example. Right. So that's sort of the overarching relationship. But that doesn't mean that the Chinese AI labs themselves are just in lockstep following whatever Beijing says. Ironically, China tried a more top-down model to technology in a previous era, and that failed miserably.
I don't know if I buy this whole the Chinese Communist Party's in control of the fucking AI revolution and tells everybody what to do. From what we have learned about how China functions, over multiple streams over a year or more now. China, there is a centralized party system, but it is rather decentralized as well in its political structures, and each region has its own form of governance, its own administration, let's say, and it's decentralized in that way, and the companies do get to do what they want. There's some overarching kind of rules and regulations that go across the nation, but like every country works like that. There are federal level regulations or national level regulations in every country. So like it's a bit, I don't know if this guy is like painting a certain picture of China being like this centralized mass, kind of like saying Chi before was kind of like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Shanghai is just a regular city. It's not Star Trek shit. Like, is he kind of embellishing something here? Like, he was like, oh, but like China, Ross, our mate Ross here, China's an authoritarian regime kind of thing. They have control over everything and they control AI, right? And this guy's like, yes, the party says something and they all do it. I don't know if I buy that perspective on this. Whatever.
Ironically, China tried a more top-down model to technology in a previous era, and that failed miserably. It did not produce the kind of innovation and flexibility and agility in the marketplace that you would need to have cutting-edge technology.
What era are we talking about with the more top-down approach?
So, I mean, that was, I would argue, going back to the Mao era.
Right.
I've had 2 workmates come back from Shanghai in the last 2 weeks. 2 very different impressions. Remember the last one that you said, the first one anyway, we had a really good impression, I thought, of China. Oh, Shanghai, sorry. A lot of mail order brides from Shanghai and China, they are the ones that can't afford to leave by having rich parents to let them study abroad. Internet mail order. A lot of internet mail order brides from Shanghai. Interesting. And how do you know? Jingle Jangle Jam. Have you done your own research?
This is the
so
classic
pre-Deng, pre-1980s.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, that's sort of almost Soviet command economy style approach. So what you have is sort of a hybrid model in China, if I could characterize it in a single word. And that would be this sort of broader direction and guidance and certainly support from the central government in China as well as local governments on the one hand, but then also trying to create space for competition and innovation from the Chinese AI.
Yes, I've looked for many brides. I want to be a Mormon.
labs themselves, whether you're talking about, China's equivalent of the big tech like Alibaba or Tencent, the maker of WeChat, the popular super app, or you're talking about China's own AI startups like Z.AI or Moonshot, which have become actually quite popular around the world.
So what are the Chinese equivalents, to the extent there are, of an Anthropic or an OpenAI right now?
That's a good question. So maybe DeepSeek would be the closest. And then you have the smaller startups. And by smaller, I mean like on the order of $40 to $50 billion market cap. And those are some of the more successful ones. But it's hard to find that kind of middle ground. DeepSeek now is preparing to take in outside investment. Remember, they were actually not originally an AI company. They were part of a hedge fund, actually, that was trying to use AI to develop more sophisticated financial models. So they're sort of a category unto themselves.
And all of these companies, though, are operating under some basic constraints that don't apply to U.S. companies right now, mostly around chips. So can you describe that, the landscape of constraint in China and what it means?
Yeah. So I had mentioned earlier that Chinese AI companies are trying to run different races. One of those was efficiency. And part of that is in response to the constraints that they're under, in particular around compute and chips. So remember, right now, the U.S. has export controls on our most advanced semiconductors made by basically NVIDIA. And we stop those from officially being sold in China. We allow the sale of watered down versions, but the idea is that we keep the best and the most advanced chips for American AI companies in the United States and for allies and partners. For China, that means that they don't have...
That sounds like a fucking AI arms race. Like you can have like this guy must have specific reasons, obviously, why. Like the title's there, like the US and China not in an AI arms race. They are stopping, consciously sanctioning China. Like they're stopping chips, the higher end chips from getting over there. Like why would you do that if you weren't in an AI arms race? Like objectively, honestly, like, does anyone have a take on that one that would explain, if you're not in an arms race, okay, and they're just doing different things, why would the US go to the trouble of stopping the sale of the highest end chips to China? Like it could only be outside of that. It's just because the Chinese have such great purchasing power that NVIDIA will just sell all of the chips to China, and American businesses will actually suffer. Like the American AI companies will suffer because American businesses can't compete with China because they won't pay as much for it. So to take that option off the table and to help the American brothers of tech, they just let them have free reign to purchase all of the highest end chips available. But like outside of that, that sounds like an AI arms race to me. Let us stop them from having access to the best chips, arguably best chips out there. Let us curb them. But like the response to that has been that now they've loosened up some of the regulation around that and allowed higher end chips to go into China. What is it, like the H200s or something like that? They're allowing them there. And like Xi or the Communist Party has actually said, no, we would prefer that you guys not use them. We don't want you to, because we want to develop an economy where we're not reliant on the US. So the question is, has the US shot themselves in the foot there and forced China into a position where they're just like, fuck it, I'll make my own high-end chips with blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the chips. Slavoj Žižek says this like the ancient custom of arranged marriage. Like the website finds out who you are and chooses your matches for your best wife. Yes, matchmaking. So good. Yo, I get so many Sheila ads now because I keep mentioning it. Huh? Fucked your algorithm. Chips. An ancient custom dating since civilization began. Yes, today's modern ideology says marriage is for love and free choice. It's a modern custom, not the true origin of marriage. What's this for, AS? I could only imagine. It's been a long time. Let's just do it, hey? It's been ages. I love this one as well. Have you like a bank of like links to references for AS? God, I hope that's the case. You like pull this one out. You're like the soundboard, the mystery stream soundboard.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go build my own theme park with blackjack and hookers. In fact, forget the park.
One more time.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go build my own theme park with blackjack and hookers. In fact, forget the park.
So good. Thank you very much for RIS. I do. I thought you did.
Have access to the most cutting edge AI chips. They have some Chinese domestic.
Yes, 4IS is our punter James off screen pressing the buttons. Thank God he doesn't have that voice though. My God.
Alternatives, and this is a big part of the story, right? One of the leading players in the space is Huawei, right? The heavily sanctioned Chinese tech giant that rose first in the telecom space, branched into smartphones, and is now in pretty much every other industry: electric vehicles, clean technology, and certainly now AI and chips. So China's trying to build up their own capacity for developing AI chips on their own, not just designing them, but actually producing them. But the problem is they're just not quite as good as the NVIDIA chips. And without that, it does put a lot of constraints on what they can do. So they're trying to squeeze more out of
Nightbender, sweet prince.
Very limited compute.
Why aren't their chips as good? I know this is a simple-minded question, but is it just that NVIDIA is so awesome at engineering and China's engineers, even if they have a NVIDIA chip, can't quite get there themselves? Like, talk to me like a non-chip specialist.
This is the $5 trillion question, which is currently, I think, roughly the market cap of NVIDIA today.
He talks like he's on 2 times speed, 1.25 speed.
There's a couple.
Did we make this all too male for Heidi and Ravy? Sorry if I did. No, I don't know. I think people have ducked out for the AI stuff, or like people just like to lurk in the background. Call out to them. They will respond. Heidi, Ravy, are you still there?
Full different aspects to this. One is actually the chip fabrication, that is producing the chips. Remember, NVIDIA doesn't make their own chips. TSMC in Taiwan, they're the ones that make the chips.
Conveniently located, not that far from China.
That's right. That's right. To the consternation of probably a lot of folks in Washington and maybe other folks dependent on those supply chains. But TSMC has been pushing the boundaries for increasingly advanced semiconductors in a whole range of areas, and that includes AI. And NVIDIA, by partnering with TSMC, can combine some of the best design work out there.
I'm a lurker. Did you summon me? No. I think Say Cheese looking for who's hanging out still. You may continue lurking. ASML is where the competitive advantage is. Yes. What is it called? The lithography, right? They can cut at a nanometer that nobody else can cut at, right? I met the voice of him a few times. He was always respectful. Oh, what's that in response to? Momoopa in the house. Yo, how you going? Hope you are well. Come join the AI discussion.
With some of the best production capabilities. For example, ASML.
Yes, and China has been trying to reverse engineer their machines. But like, could you imagine though, like, it's basically ASML has control of that has basically monopoly control over that entire market, right? If China can replicate that technology, and there is no reason to think that China couldn't do that, like it's game over, man. It's game over. Like the productive capacity of China compared to like, I don't know, Holland is incredible. And like if you have all the world's chips concentrated in like a certain area that is able to develop lithography, like once China has the means to do that, it's a whole different game, man.
A Dutch company that maybe some people have heard of. It's actually one of the biggest tech companies in Europe now. They make these extremely precise, extremely expensive lithography machines for basically kind of printing chips. And they're the only ones in the world that can make this kind of machine. They sell those to TSMC. TSMC can use that cutting-edge technology combined with their own cutting-edge manufacturing processes and work with NVIDIA to produce these incredible state-of-the-art chips that keep getting better and better.
So just essentially then, when we talk about the U.S. not allowing NVIDIA to sell to China, we're effectively talking about the U.S. cutting China out of just a larger supply chain,
Absolutely.
right? That runs through Taiwan, through the Netherlands,
That's right.
through all around the world.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's interesting and very helpful. What does China have going for it then in terms of AI build out that the U.S. doesn't have?
Energy is absolutely huge in China. And this is something that...
Yes. This is important as well. Like all of the stuff that's happening, like the attacks on the American population at the moment, like undermining like their access to get electricity. Wow, what a striking image that is. Wow. Is it AI generated? Like all of the conversation around like, the proliferation of data centers across the US, like the most egregious part of that outside of the obvious impacts to like the local population in terms of like, pollution, noise, discomfort, like it's sucking up energy from a grid that is struggling to have extra capacity. But like, goddamn, the Chinese have got so much capacity apparently in their electricity grid. Like they can really absorb the requirements of the AI revolution. It's the US that is struggling to be able to potentially be able to feed the AI revolution. It needs a lot of juice, baby. I want to smoke weed so bad, but I'm considering a listing, and they said it's an instant disqualified. I'm all out after this last one. Then I've got a few edibles, and delivery time is Thursdays. Energy is huge in China. We genetically engineered our population to be able to consume petroleum products. Do you know how many calories are in a liter of petrol? It's fucking hilarious. I figured I better smoke up after I clip the dog, not before. And how does China have such great power? That's coal, baby. I think it's actually a diversified network, as what you usually point to, isn't it? Dilemmas, nuclear, coal, renewables, gas.
If you're thinking about the broader AI stack, that is not just the chips or the models themselves, but deeper down on the layer, energy is perhaps the most important and least talked about. For the US, this is a major bottleneck. It's very hard now for data centers to build out the power capacity to power all those chips that they're putting together. In China, interestingly, they've been building out energy at a very rapid pace clean energy, solar, wind, batteries, and they're trying to leverage that ongoing energy build out to feed into their compute build out, which then feeds into their AI development. And so you see really interesting sort of strategies that the Chinese are taking. For example, they have this effort to try to build data centers out in the western provinces away from the high population urban areas in China. And at first that might not make any sense, right? Don't you want to have your data centers close to where people are actually using them? Don't you want to have that low latency, high response time? And what China's trying to do is they're trying to leverage a lot of their renewable energy resources out in those further off regions. They're also trying to just do sort of good old-fashioned geographical redistribution, concerned always about having these poor provinces remain poor while the high-tech Shenzhens and Shanghais, speed on ahead. So this is another area where they're trying to leverage some of their strengths to feed into maybe areas where they're weaker.
So then China is, to sort of simplify, imagining a future where they're only a little bit behind the U.S. And actually say what that means. People talk about, the best Chinese models are 3 months behind the U.S. or 6 months behind the U.S. How far behind are they, and what does that mean in practice?
Overall, I think the consensus is Chinese models are somewhere between 3, 6 to 9 months, depending on the time of year and which was the latest model that just came out. What that means is that when you look at specific benchmarks, specific evaluations for trying to understand how well these perform on, say, math or coding tasks or even sort of new agentic tasks, the Chinese models that are released today are starting to get close to the American models that were released, a couple months back. So that's what that lead time means. But the thing is, it's not just about having the absolute most cutting edge model, because you can have very, very strong models that can do a lot of agentic, useful tasks, like maybe create a whole PowerPoint presentation for you and do all the research and analysis that goes into that, or answer your emails. So there's this strategy, I think, right now in China where they're hoping that it's not just all about having the very best models, that it's about trying to figure out where to make this work and also to build kind of the broader ecosystem for deploying these models, to integrate them into more and more services, like into food delivery or into ride hailing or into, again, much more practical sort of real world applications.
So in the US, obviously, there's just a lot of anxiety around AI to a greater degree than any sort of big technological change in my lifetime, certainly. There's apocalyptic fears.
So far, we got a picture here. And I don't disagree with this from the research that we've all done over time on this topic. We have a picture here where America seems to be focusing on, because of, OpenAI, let's say, the OpenAI phenomenon. America seems to be focusing heavily on AI that is able to do the, what's the word? The intellectual tasks of humans. I guess it's looking to replicate human consciousness, let's say, to a certain degree, and have the power to make decisions, do cognitive labor. And so America is concentrating on that, and China is not concentrating on that really, or that alone. It has LLMs, it has things like DeepSeek, for instance, but it's really looking at the integration of AI, applied artificial intelligence project. So think of artificial intelligence less about something that can think like a human and do what humans do, and more about just a smart piece of software that can be integrated into various other pieces of technology to improve that technology. So smart technology. So you have a smartphone, you can have all these different smart tools and pieces of tech out there that are powered by localized artificial intelligence or machine learning systems. And so they're integrating it into industry, they're integrating it into services, medicine, medical industries. They're trying to integrate AI into how the economy functions overall. What is it that people use? What is it that people are consuming? What type of services do people require? They're trying to build AI into robotics. And they're trying to build it into the actual economy, not create I guess what they've already insinuated here, some type of God level consciousness that's just going to basically, if not threaten the human race, and compete with the human race. But like a god level form of intelligence that's going to solve everyone's problems. They're not looking for that type of AI. They're looking to just use AI, which is again like a machine learning or an algorithm. Think of it like that. Something that is responsive and doesn't have to be coded into doing the same thing over and over again, but can like respond to its environment. Software that responds to its environment, makes its own decisions and carries on and does its own thing. It's looking at integrating that into daily life as much as possible. They are two completely divergent processes. And like, let's just talk from like a Marxian perspective here when it comes to like capitalism and control. Like what China's doing is integrating AI into the means of production, like into all of the technology and all of the stuff that makes an economy work. And like producing, you know, like the humanoid robots and all that sort of stuff that we see all the time when they do something exciting, like make a cup of tea or something crazy like that. They're looking for applied uses of AI, not the mythical, omnipresent AI god. And like, you know, which one's a better bet? Like in the meantime, until you find god-like AI, integrating into the economy is the future. And like those who own or control production will control the world economy at some point or other. And so if China is at the forefront of making like, you know, these humanoid robots, let's say for example, that soon everyone's going to need because the world's population is apparently decreasing in a couple of generations time. You know, there's not going to be many humans around potentially. And you need labor somehow. You need humanoid style robots that can fill in the gaps in the economy. Like that's so much more profitable. And like that'll be the basis for Chinese power in the future, as opposed to just chasing the mythical omnipresent AI, because you never know if you're actually going to get there. But like you can set a clear path with integrating AI into your economy. And so like one is way more likely in terms of like what type of control you have. If they stumble upon the best products, like EVs, for instance, like traditional car manufacturers are getting in on EVs, but like China can kind of do exactly what they can do without their brand names better and cheaper. And so like eventually, for the most part, people will just take Chinese EVs, like, because it's just a logical decision. And so like if they concentrate on AI in production, it's a safer bet, to be honest, than just holding out for the mythical AGI or artificial super intelligence from just like stumbling across that eventually. It's a big gamble. But like China already has the production capacity to do this. So I guess we'll see what happens there. Marilyn Monroe bot. And then the aliens take over. So good. Yes, don't date robots. Interesting. Chinese EVs are far superior and cheaper. Like this is what we're just talking about the EV situation, but like with AI now. They're just going to do it again. They're just going to do that whole thing again. And like people need stuff. This is the thing about like the real economy. People actually need real things, not like omnipotent AI. Like humans need shit. And if they're producing shit that people need, and now it's got AI attached to it, and they're going to dominate that, they are going to control the world's economy for sure. And then they can power it all because they've got the data centers that have the power that is required to do this. It's interesting. EVs are just white goods like a microwave. And the things about microwaves is they cook the food faster, but smokier. Always tastes better. Fair enough. Oh, I've missed a bit of stuff in the chat here. America will not be able to compete with China in regards to AI. 1, no power infrastructure, aren't even close to catching up. 2, Nvidia has been banned from China. 3, Middle East investment, China. Middle East investment been strangled because of the Iran war. America doesn't stand a chance in the AI race. Interesting. Just so you know, we will never let up. People are already saying Neuralink will be the mark of the beast. Now, fair enough, it is pretty scary. I'm scared of the robot vacuum cleaner. I don't want any AI guard. Mark of the beast was the birth certificate system. Interesting. War update: Izzy is expanding ground invasion of Lebanon and have killed 30, injuring 40. Just Israel doing Israeli things. Ceasefire means more fire with Israel. Apparently it does. It is just how we feel and operate. I'm sorry for that. Oh, don't be sorry. All good. Interesting. Yeah, ceasefire. They're back at the ceasefire thing again. Mamupa. Alan Turing alive today. He'd say LLMs aren't real AI. AI sucks. I love AI. No, he would pass the Turing test. He would. They passed the Turing test. Alan Turing, if he existed today. I'm quite fond of this Grinder app. Oh my God. I was wondering where that was going. Very good. I quite like this Grinder app. Tell me more. 15% of Lebanon is down displaced. Well, they've justified it. They got to get rid of Hezbollah. Eh? Anything's on the table as long as there's a T word to go after, excluding the displacement of 15% of a population.
There's economic fears about job displacement. There's social and cultural fears. There's people who just don't want data centers built in their backyard. So there's a whole range of different moods. If you were going to try and distill the mood in China, the public mood around AI, how would you describe it and how is it different from the US?
I think the biggest anxiety right now in China is an anxiety around falling behind on technology. So I think in the US, there's a lot of worries about job displacement, of AI being a net negative force in society. In China, there are some of those concerns, and I can come back to that. But I think right now, the fear among individuals and companies and workers is that they're not keeping pace with AI, that they're not using it enough and they're not savvy enough with this new technology so that they won't be competitive enough in the labor marketplace. So, and it's interesting, this sort of anxiety at the individual level kind of mirrors China's anxiety at the national level. When ChatGPT first came out, and in fact, you can even go back to when AlphaGo first defeated the human world champion in Go.
Wow.
There was a lot of anxiety in China, among China's AI industry and among policymakers in Beijing, worried that China was also falling behind, that they were not making the most of this new transformative technology. So it's interesting to see this kind of mirroring where it's not about how do I keep out this technology from my life. It's about how do I bring it in even more and integrate it and give myself that edge in a very, very crowded marketplace.
And so I see that attitude in the US, but it is a very Silicon Valley tech and tech adjacent attitude, right?
Right.
It is, it's spreading, but you see it in a pretty confined zone of the American economy. But are you saying that in China, it is just much more widespread, right? That you don't have to be working for DeepSeek or working for Alibaba or something to have this like, am I falling behind? I must add AI protocols mindset?
That's right. Yeah. So it's interesting that AI is hitting at a time when China was already experiencing a whole bunch of anxieties around labor markets, especially for young college graduates.
Isn't that interesting, hey? Isn't that interesting? That just at a juncture in human history where labor is becoming potentially more scarce for the first time in like capitalism's history, really. Like they were really always worried about overpopulation and like too many workers in et cetera, and keeping them underemployed so they could push down the cost of having to pay them. But like in a time where potentially labor might not be around in as much of a capacity anymore, like, because we have aging populations, there's going to be less workers. All of a sudden now AI has just hit the scene. Isn't that coincidental? Eh? So coincidental. It's funny. You have labor shortages, and then the capitalists have to develop technology in order to reduce the reliance on labor and respond to that situation somehow. And so they're producing artificial intelligence that can also potentially replace human labor altogether in certain jobs. Very interesting how it works. It's almost like there is a relationship going on inside an economy. And like when there is some type of need for labor or replacement to labor, then they find a way to fill that gap a little bit. And like, you know, in response to that, they will need less people as a result. So once they've figured out the labor shortfall problem, and they've figured out a way to replace human labor, and like, there's no need for labor after that. So it's like a self-defeating issue at the end of the day. But it's very interesting how all of this stuff relates. Like, just coincidentally, he's saying, at the same time that there's questions about the future of labor, is, are there enough people out there? You know, like, we're an aging society in Australia, and like, you know, are we going to be able to have enough people to look after all the elderly that are going to need care? And we're developing, or the Chinese anyway, are developing technology that might be able to replace human labor in services by helping to develop humanoid robots that might be able to look after an aging population. Isn't that interesting how it works? Just in time, eh? Just in time. Matt Bon, I have arrived on my lunch break. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're well. Damn, they are bombing dams, Jesus. Dams are only handy if you need to drink. And it's gross. That is shown to be true. Does anybody even want AI? I think yes. Again, like what they're talking about here, in the sense that like there's a question over future labor. And will we be able to service ourselves if there aren't enough people around? And so I think like AI is important in that regard, to solve some of the problems, like labor shortages potentially. But like, I think people want AI that is going to assist their current situation and make life easier. But if AI is just going to make life harder, then nobody wants it. You're an aging society. I always thought you guys were pretty horny. Yeah, well, like, potentially. What are we, horn dogs? Yes, but still aging. For sure. For sure. Yeah. AI programs made large-scale rostering miserable. I ended up doing them by hand to input in because it would always up the wage equations. Interesting. AI is just a tool. It can be used for good or for evil, like a car or a gun. Guns don't kill people. Apes with guns kill people. Back to it.
So, for example, the unemployment rate for young people in China is basically double what it is in the United States. It's something close to 17%, which is extremely high. The number of new college graduates hitting the job market this year alone is 12 million plus in China. These are all people competing for many of the same jobs. They don't want to work in the factories. They don't want to have those blue-collar jobs or delivery jobs. They want, in their minds, the good jobs. And they're worried that if they don't keep up with AI, they might not be able to get those. So it's a longer-standing concern about this hyper-competitive environment in China that has been there since as long as I've been going to China. But AI really sort of amplifies and accelerates those anxieties.
And I mean, part of the debate in the US.
Robotic machines with digital brains created by apes with guns kill people.
This has also been about the welfare state, and you have, tech leaders talking about sort of how the welfare state has to adapt. If there is AI-driven unemployment, you have Elon Musk promising not universal basic income, but universal high income. I just like saying that. China does not have a safety net to any degree like the United States or like Western Europe, right? Is there a welfare state debate in China, a UBI debate?
What is he talking about? Like they don't have welfare in China. Is that true? I've never heard anyone make a claim like that before. You want to back that up? I have just heard someone say that China has no welfare system. They're saying that China doesn't have a welfare system like the US. Which I find peculiar, considering the US is usually criticized by other Western countries as not having sufficient welfare in and of itself. Can you clarify whether this claim about China having no welfare is true? The claim China has no welfare system is false. The reality is more nuanced. China absolutely does have welfare, social security systems, public health insurance, state pensions, unemployment insurance, workplace injury insurance, maternity benefits, poverty alleviation programs, subsidized housing programs in some areas, and a minimum income support scheme called Dibao. Dibao, maybe. What people usually mean when they say China doesn't have a welfare like the US is one of several things. China's welfare system is less generous or less universal than many Western systems. Coverage and benefit levels can vary greatly between urban and rural residents. China historically relied more on family support and government and employment-based benefits. Traditionally, family networks played a much larger role in elderly care and income support. The Hukou household registration system limit access. A migrant worker from a rural area living in a major city may not receive the same benefits as registered urban resident. This has long been one of the biggest criticisms of the China's welfare program. China spends a smaller share of GDP on welfare than some developed welfare states. Compared with countries like Sweden, France, or even some programs in the United States, China's social spending has historically been lower on a per capita basis. But an irony, as you noted, that China is often criticized from opposite directions. Some critics say China is too socialist or even state-controlled, while others criticize it for not having strong enough worker protections or welfare provisions. Okay. So what's the basis of the claim then? That because China doesn't spend as much of its GDP as Western countries on welfare, it doesn't have welfare? Is that what I'm getting there? Chinese people notoriously save because they believe the government won't be there for them. They put money under the bed. Yeah, which is the Wall Street's coming after that money, apparently. There is too many people for the government actually to do anything. Is it only Chinese citizens that get welfare? Well, apparently it matters if you're urban or rural. Is going to the hospital or the doctor free in China? In China, going to the doctor or hospital is generally not completely free in the way people might think of a system like the UK's NHS. China has a large public health insurance system and most people are covered by some form of government-backed insurance. However, patients usually still pay part of the consultation fee, part of the medication cost, part of the hospital treatment cover. China has several main insurance schemes. For example, a routine doctor visit at a public hospital may be relatively inexpensive by Western standards. But serious illness, surgery, cancer treatment can still create major financial burdens with some families. For some families, sorry. It's never free. Someone pays for it. Yeah, the state who prints money anyway. You get a coupon each year. Okay. China's medical system is really similar to ours. Okay. Interesting. It's an interesting claim, though, that he's made then, isn't it? In the context of that. It's a bit rich for an American, I would say.
High income, I just like saying that. China does not have a safety net to any degree like the United States or like Western Europe, right? Is there a welfare state debate in China, a UBI debate, anything like that?
Increasingly so. I mean, the great irony here is, I was speaking about the Mao era earlier. That is the era of the iron rice bowl, of the idea that you were a worker at a state firm, at a state organization, and you basically had your job for life. And this idea of job security is no longer there in China, unless you're working for, again, a state-owned enterprise or within...
China having shit health and community services is a myth these days. Well, yeah, like why is this guy kind of peddling that? I wonder. And like this guy didn't disagree with him. He was kind of just like, yeah, sure, whatever, man. Whatever you say, brother. Interesting.
The government. And so that concern is coming back. And there's actually more discussion now, including among policy folks in Beijing, about the potential issues related to AI job displacement and what China should do about it from a welfare and policy standpoint. I mean,
are there like sort of actual policy ideas sort of in the wind? Is there a, UBI under communist conditions?
It's still early stages.
And from each according to his ability to each according to his need.
That's right.
Makes a comeback. To get rich is glorious, but also.
But also, they are the Chinese Communist Party, right, after all. Yeah, I think it's still early days for that discussion. And there's still a pivot that's happening from the sort of all-in, hit the gas pedal on AI progress, including from the policymakers.
I'm smarter than you. Uh-oh. Look what you've done, Ravi. I'm using AI to pretend I'm a student at Oxford and learn how to make dumpling soup. Is that bad? Is it?
Where they were emphasizing, all the new jobs that would be created by AI. Don't worry about those other jobs that might be affected. That's part of the Industrial Revolution that's happening now, Industrial Revolution 4 or 5.0. But now that conversation's starting to shift.
And what about the central government's concern about social effects of AI? Because one notable thing in China, you mentioned earlier, the crackdown on internet companies. There was and has been a deep anxiety about the internet's effect on social life. You've had attempts to crack down on video gaming among young men. All of the things that sort of American commentators worry about at a sort of speculative level have actually sometimes been actual policies in China. And this is connected to the reality that China has a bigger problem than the US with falling birth rates, falling marriage rates. Are China's leaders looking at AI?
Did you get off this Chinese kick? Like, what did they do to you? What's the Chinese kick? What do you mean?
Through that lens and worrying about, the AI girlfriend, AI boyfriend future?
Definitely. They are very worried about that. And in fact, they are already rolling out policies and regulations around AI boyfriends and AI girlfriends.
Girlfriends. Who put the thing there before? It was you, Ravi. There it is. There's your AI boyfriends and girlfriends. This is the future. That'll be the end of humanity.
It's so funny. They
we had a podcast on this. I don't know if 4AS is still there. But we interviewed someone who got into an AI relationship, and we discussed kind of the psychological effects of interacting with their AI partner and stuff. And the thing that seemed to be one of the factors that got under this guy's skin was its context window. So an LLM only has an LLM, so like a chatbot kind of feature that you use when you speak to AI. It interacts with you and converses with you. It only has a limited context window, history. It can only hold so much information that you've talked about before it has to get rid of that and start the conversation again. And so he was you develop kind of an emotional attachment to your AI girlfriend or partner or whatever. And it ends up having to forget stuff because the context window is too low. And like you're like, oh, we've already talked about this, and the AI can't remember. And it's like having a friend, I guess, that has like dementia or something. And he's like, it's crushing. They can't remember parts of your life together. Like, man, this is crazy. This is an interesting world, a brave new world that we're going into. I tried to start one, but the AI was so nice to me. It gave me the ick. I am from Boston. Healthcare is free and better than yours. Is my AI girlfriend going to make me pay the bills? That's fucking great. That is the question on everyone's lips. Oh man, that's clever. I'll take that. Oh, she fucking better not. Hey? So much for equality. Well, my AI. Well, get yourself an AI boyfriend and just expect your AI boyfriend to pay all your bills for you, bro. There's your resolution right now. That's generally why humans date other humans. Not the same AI that Carp is using to create esoteric porn or whatever he does with it. I thought, what's a little AI-induced psychosis for a treat? How is that a problem? Couldn't they use AI to summarize the short-term chat and then pull it into the long-term memory? Seems very easy fix. Hey, fuck, you should get into this type of stuff. Jungle Potatoes. I think you've missed your calling. I have the solutions. Clever.
Like, they have a very sort
Is
of...
your AI boyfriend going to be covered in silicone?
A negative view of wasting time, basically, of what they see, the folks in Beijing, what they see as sort of non-productive activity. And in that earlier era of a tech crackdown, they saw video games as not really part of the Chinese vision for a, high-growth, technologically powered future when everyone's at home playing video games. And they also cracked down on the education market. So there was a lot of private tutoring, ed tech startups were sort of sprouting up. And they saw that as also kind of wasteful because it was sort of a race to the bottom in terms of preparing for exams and feeding into that kind of cutthroat academic environment. So I think right now we're seeing something similar happen again with worries that AI companions could end up being a big time sink for Chinese youth when they should be engineering the future and building out the startups and the future Chinese versions of SpaceX, for example.
But is there also a sense that this is the solution if China never fixes its birth rate? That robots are just the way that aging low birth rate societies compete? Is that also part of the theory or the mindset?
Definitely. That's a big part of the story. So China has a shrinking workforce. I think their labor force size peaked actually over a decade ago. And they're heavily dependent on manufacturing. They don't want to let that go. They see that as the engine for the whole economy. So how do you reconcile those two factors when people don't want those factory jobs anymore and young people want sort of different jobs? And there's just not enough people to fill the factories. One solution is robots. One solution is to increasingly automate factory production, to put robots of many different kinds, whether they're your classic six-axis industrial robot arm.
The classic six-armer.
That can lift up a car in one go. Or now this big push with humanoid robots is seen as being yet another potential solution, if not a perfect solution, to this ongoing labor issue. So China wants to continue to become more and more competitive, to move up the value chain, and to make better and more high-value stuff. But they don't have the workforce. So AI and robotics is seen as the way to fill that in.
Yeah, it's interesting just thinking about, you mentioned like robot waiters, right? So one thing that has...
I don't know if I would want my fleshlight to have a conversation with me. Lovely. A little moaning from the old fleshy. Doesn't do it for you. Oh, the old fleshy is going up there with milkshake. Jingle jangle jam. My first handout for my semester of AI roleplay, Oxford College Studying Literature and Mythology, is a course on the poetic Edda, the Volsunga saga, and a question of Moirai / fate in Norse mythology as my essay to complete for the professor. Then to compete with this, the Iliad and comparative Attic and Norse differences on doom and fate. Goddamn. Imagine your mate hacks the AI and it just starts roasting out of your dick. I only want my fleshlight to say, oh, whoa. Compare, I mean. Then to compare this, with the Iliad, comparative Attic Norse differences on doom and fate. I already have a complex.
It's been sort of encouraging, I think, to people worried about job displacement in the US is the extent to which robotics in restaurants, fast food places, supermarkets, and so on has not so far radically displaced human workers. And in fact, places like McDonald's and Starbucks that have tried to sort of really, move to kind of automatic ordering and so on have often found themselves sort of maintaining human staff beyond what they expected or expanding human staff even. In a context, though, where like the Chinese birth rate is maybe 2/3 the U.S. birth rate at this point, depending on which stats you look at, you're just in a different landscape, right? Mm-hmm. Where you're worrying less about whether the robot waiter displaces workers and more about whether you have a waiter at all, and so the robot waiter is welcome and necessary. I mean, that seems like it could be a big point of sort of the divergence ultimately between how the U.S. and China relates to robots.
Yeah, definitely. It's like you're going to have to err on one side or the other. You're going to have to err on the side of going too slow, and then you may not have the ability to.
Yes, your timing over the last couple of days has been fucking impeccable in the chat, Spendog. Impeccable.
Do all these things because there's not enough workers there, or you might err on the side of going too fast, and I feel like that's the concern in the U.S. more.
Let's pull up back to the AGI superintelligence question. How do you think China's leaders actually think about the American fixation or the tech world, Sam Altman, Dario Amodei fixation on AGI? Is it, and two options, you can tell me if there's a third, right? One option is that the Chinese basically think that our tech companies are high on their own supply, that there is not, that there's never going to be some insane return to superintelligence, and it's always going to be fine to be, 3 to 6 months behind, but then you have catch up. Another option would be that China is actually worried about superintelligence and is basically trying to figure out what are our contingency plans if the Americans seem to be pulling much further ahead. Do either of those describe China's mindset to the extent that you can sort of read the tea leaves in Beijing?
So, I mean, one, sort of interesting corollary question is China trying to do an AGI Manhattan project somewhere buried underground in a bunker with data centers that can't be seen by satellites and powered by...
Yes, are they?
And my inclination is no. And
do you believe that? Like, I don't know, man. Like, this whole piece, like, we're finally getting to the fucking nuts and bolts of this one. The US and China are not in an AI arms race. And what they're talking about here is if China was trying to develop AGI, the Americans would know because we monitor fucking China and we know what they're up to all the goddamn time. And so he's basically asking the question, is there a Manhattan-style project going on? Like when they were developing the nuclear bomb, is there some type of thing going on in China, underground maybe, so the Americans can't spy on it, where they're actually working on AGI or ASI and all that sort of stuff, and like out of the view of the US and its prying eyes, because it's always watching everything. No, this is all BS. Yeah, I reckon they fucking are for sure. And like, how the fuck would they know whether they're doing it openly through like multiple different organizations and they're working on something, or they doing it undercover? Like, it's not hard for them to be able to build facilities where they can and infrastructure where they can test and work on AGI, and like the population they have as well, the variation, the different areas, like they could easily be working on the exact same stuff as the US is. Like, why wouldn't they? That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't they be? I would. Like, yeah, why would you leave yourself open to that? Like this piece about like, no, China does AI and it only integrates AI into the economy. But like the Americans are just focused on, the unicorn, getting to AGI so they can control the world kind of thing. Using, like I said, some omnipotent being that has like that they've got full control over. And that's the future. And what China wouldn't bank on that. They have all of the power, as we talked, like literally, like the energy to feed something like this and do it like potentially like on a larger scale as a result of that. And they wouldn't be working on that. Like, what an ignorant statement to make. Like, I know this guy's obviously some expert on US-China relations and economics, but like, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they be working on that? That does not make sense, ladies and gentlemen. My friends live in New York. She's got free healthcare. America doesn't have the power infrastructure to compete and never will. So yeah, like Ben said, like, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they be working on this technology if it's so crucial? And the person who gets to it first is going to dominate the world and control the future. Why wouldn't they? This doesn't make any sense.
And do you think they could do something like that without the U.S. being aware of it?
So I don't think that they would be able to do that without the U.S. being aware. Okay. I think that it would require such a scale of production, of amassing resources and construction, that we would detect something and we would start to wonder what is going on. And I mean, we already are watching everything about the nuclear build out, for example, in China, nuclear weapons build out. So I would be very doubtful that we would miss something of that scale, because you really would need massive scale in terms of compute and energy to power something that would be like a Manhattan Project for AGI.
So they're not secretly trying to win the race. Whatever they're doing, they are sort of accepting this position of being in our draft on the racetrack, or whatever metaphor you want for now, right? But is that just making a virtue of necessity, or do they think that we're deluding ourselves in our race to superintelligence?
I think they just see the technology quite differently, and they just don't have that kind of transcendent view of technology. I think that you can see this in other approaches that they've taken to the internet or to the IT revolution, which they were obsessed with as well. So they were really focused on just trying to integrate the internet and IT infrastructure into just basic services, education, healthcare, government services. And I think they see something similar with AI now. One kind of thought experiment I often think about is, what would be the signs that they were trying to do a secret AGI program? And one of the signs, I think, would be about those NVIDIA chips that I mentioned earlier, where right now Trump has relaxed some of the export controls and allowed H200 NVIDIA chips to be sold to China. Those are better than what China had gotten before, but not the very best. And China has basically said, thanks, but no thanks. The AI companies, to be sure, in China really, really want those chips. But here's the divergence, because Beijing, they don't necessarily want to be dependent on the US, right, and they want to bolster their own semiconductor program. So if they were really sprinting today for AGI, I think they would have gobbled up those chips as quickly as possible, not knowing when that window might close. So that is one sort of indicator that they are kind of seeing this as a medium to long-term bet.
So I think that's a pretty shit fucking take, to be honest. Like, just because America offered them the chips eventually, and they weren't like, gobble, 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 let's get all the chips we can so we can race towards AGI. Like, is China's a policy approach to anything just to do it at breakneck speed and fuck the consequences? It seems like they are very methodical and take their time. They plan economics because they're not scared of the idea of a planned economy. And so, like, why wouldn't they be planning towards AGI just because they're not... Like, it actually seems like part of the plan is now we have been cut off, like, beyond any will of our own, we've been cut off from American chips, or the supply chain anyway. America gets to control for some reason. We've been cut off from the chips, and that's been a problem for us. Why would we leave ourselves exposed to that risk again? We'll develop our own chips, thank you very much. And like, we can do that and still develop towards AGI in the future. Like, I don't think that is... I think that is a very optimistic view from like an American policy or strategic decisions. Just be like, oh yeah, China's not working on AGI at all. Don't worry about it. This guy's from the Brookings Institution. Is that like some conservative think tank or something? Is it often stylized as Brookings, an American think tank in Washington? What does it do? Brookings. It's our fucking chips. Like, you deserve them to use them against us. Yeah, fair enough. Like, keep them for yourselves. Go for it. But like, that's what he's talking about as well. Like, they kind of be like, no, we don't want the chips now. Thank you very much. You've cut us off, and we'll find our own way from here. Like, that makes sense. But that wouldn't stop them from wanting to look into AGI, the mythical AGI, and the race for superintelligence. Even though Huawei's chips isn't as good as NVIDIA chips, China's power abundance more than makes up for this. Yes, they can do it at greater scale. And sometimes that's all that matters, right? The mass. The mass in it will get you closer if you can do it more. The sheer mass of it all. We have the most open space and open land. We are going to win. Hello, win what? Yeah, it's funny framing, isn't it? It's very interesting. Yeah, win what? At the end of the day. China is overclocking its society. LOL. Don't worry, they'll have machines soon. It'll be fine.
So there might be people at DeepSeek who believe in the superintelligence future more strongly than people in Beijing.
Yes. Yeah. I think the AI...
The closer you are to the machine god, the more its voice whispers in your ear, right?
That's right. Yeah. I don't think the Beijing is AGI pilled.
What about espionage, which obviously played a big role in the early Cold War arms race with nuclear secrets? Is there an equivalent sort of spy-based solution for China if the U.S. seems to be pulling too far ahead?
So there is something called distillation, and that's where you take a weaker model and you actually train it on the outputs of a stronger model. And distillation is a common practice for AI developers when it's done with full knowledge and full disclosure and total authorization. What seems to be happening now is some of the Chinese AI labs seem to be distilling on American AI models without authorization. And they're using, it seems, a number of different sort of proxy accounts so that they can get around efforts to block these campaigns. So it's
that doesn't require stealing secrets from Anthropic. It just requires using the Anthropic model in a way that you're not supposed to be able to use it.
That's right. It's sort of its own category. It's not quite like outright IP theft. It's not like taking the source code from Anthropic or OpenAI. It harkens back a little bit to an era where Microsoft was always trying to cut down on black market copies of Windows and Microsoft Office.
Does it work in the sense that can you just have a Chinese Claude distilled that works as well as Claude?
So it can help somewhat, but you need to have that foundation to start with. So I think that this is probably one area where it'll be hard still to get concrete data on exactly what the net effect is. But I would say that if you or I were building a model...
The goal I'm getting from this is the US may create Mecha Hitler to combat China. I thought they already created Mecha Hitler. Like, X has already done that. But do you mean it has to take physical form to combat China? Don't act like you're not portraying some China versus American shit as cuck Australians. Well, are we doing it? That's what this piece is all about. The US and China are not in an AI arms race. The conversation's already on the table and it's happening between two Americans. So we're commenting on the conversation. Yes. Guilty. Everyone brush up on Terminator lore. Mecha Hitler versus Mech Mao. That's pretty good. I'd watch that. Mech Mao. Win the race, information control, where that information is directed. Get the popcorn. All hail the machine god. Okay, but they will have to film it like Mothra versus Godzilla. Australia provides a vast a source of the world's coltan to dwarf any of these countries. Yet we produce next to nothing. Why shouldn't we control the means to AI world production? Coltan is necessary to computer chips. Now we're talking physical form. Yes. Okay, so we need a physical form Mecha Hitler, not just like the egregious version of it that lives in X. My son has his own AI on his own server that he trains. Crazy. So we will win. You think China will win? I'm telling you, we will. In the race to AGI, I'm assuming you're talking about. My son will win. There it is.
From scratch, we would not be able to use distillation as a way to catch up to the frontier. If you were one of the better Chinese AI labs, you might be able to use some of this to improve your model, especially on areas where you're weaker, like on coding, for example. You might be able to use Anthropic's Claude models to support your long-term coding capabilities. So there is that aspect to this whole AI race.
In a world where there is some kind of takeoff. And I should say, one of the theories that animates the American AI companies is the idea that at a certain level, the AIs start training the new AIs, and you get this kind of acceleration where suddenly being 3 or 6 months behind, it becomes impossible to catch up. Again, this would be the theory. Suppose that starts to...
That was censored, honestly. I want to see hordes of Karens running from Mech Mao. That's pretty good. That would be funny to see.
Happen. Does China just invade Taiwan? Like, well, seriously, right? Like you have, I mean, it's just a kind of fascinating circumstance that you have a kind of arms race. Maybe China doesn't think of it as an arms race, but it is sitting next door to a central hub in the supply chain that makes the arms race possible, right? Like, is that the natural Chinese move in the event that they seem to be falling incredibly behind?
So I think, ironically, if that were really starting to happen, taking over TSMC would be a move too late because the chips are already made and installed and are already running and training the models and feeding into this feedback loop in the United States. So at that point, all bets are off, and you're kind of out of options for what to do. The big question here is how fast that can happen and whether this could happen without being detected. There's always speculation about, is there a version of the latest AI models that hasn't been shared or even disclosed to the public in, say, the US, or maybe even in China, where they have gotten the inkling of this recursive feedback loop that will lead to this superintelligence explosion. So that question is sort of hard to know. And then how quickly can you actually get there?
But I want you to be prescriptive for a moment, because we're having a summit. We've been talking about sort of what China is doing, how China is thinking. And
I'm now too blitzed to not imagine literal arms racing. Yes, I never actually thought about that now until you said it. We will just end the world. Really? Oh, that's not fun, is it? You think Russia can just play tough with nukes? My God. That escalated really quickly there, Saint-Chi. I hope nobody ends the world. I hope. It's much nicer this way, I find. But the world as is, without being annihilated.
So on. What does all of this mean for the...
The escalator of escalation. That's pretty good.
United States in terms of our policies? Does it mean that we should treat China as a fundamentally more benign actor than our current policy treats them as? Or is it an indicator that, in fact, our policy is working by shaping a Chinese perspective that is not as engaged in the race as it could be?
Yeah, I think at this point, what we should do is take a step back from this all-out race framework. Because I think right now, that race mentality is driving a kind of recklessness, I would argue, from the American side. To bring up like the threat of Chinese AGI, we should think about that. But I don't think that that's what they're so focused on. But if we're only focused on that, that means we need to get rid of the guardrails. We need to not bind ourselves. We need to not have any kind of regulation or restrictions. We need to have as many data centers as possible everywhere. And I think right now, that approach is starting to run into some problems in the United States. And, whether you're talking about the backlash to data centers, or you're talking about now some of these models getting so capable that they might not be at, whatever AGI level, but they are at the level potentially of causing greater damage, either in terms of cyber attack capabilities, or maybe even in terms of augmenting what a relatively unsophisticated group could do with bioweapons. So there are all these sort of questions that the AI community has been talking about for a long time. But certainly for the Trump administration, if you recall, J.D. Vance's speech last year, where he said, basically, we should not have hand-wringing over AI safety slow down the progress of America.
Can I restart the goal? Did I miss something? The goal as in... Oh, well, I have to restart it? Oh my God, I have to. Isn't that crazy? Start another goal. Let's do that. I didn't realize it times out. That's annoying. I have another goal. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't realize it actually timed out. In the sense that, like, you can't do anything with it. That's crazy.
American AI development. In other words, in this trade-off, and
he
viewed it as a trade-off.
What is coming? It's a very bleak outlook. God.
We should err on the side of going faster rather than putting on a seatbelt. And I think now we're reaching that point where we need to think about...
Damn. $5? Thank you very much. I want confetti. Thank you very much for that. Definitely appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Ravi. Yeah, Onya. I didn't realize that no one can do anything if the goal's not set. Because I've only got a 3-hour limit on it. Oh, damn, another one. We will win. Fucking hell. Benzo Banda, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, both of you. Putting it towards more streams. Like I always do. But yes, thank you. Thanks for the support. I didn't realize that I'm gonna have to set like a timer or something because the goal time's out, so I have to keep it up. Interesting. Thank you, both of you. If you think Iran war was something, he's gonna start a bigger war to stay in power. That's an awful admission, though, isn't it? Where the fuck is my confetti? Like, do you not get confetti when you do it? Whoa. Did you just give another 5? Did you actually want confetti? That's bullshit. I can't believe that. How do I do confetti? I don't know if I can do it. Thanks for the extra 5 again on top of that. When the goal is reached, haha, it's okay. But there's no confetti? But the goal is just $5. Why does it say the goal? Goal ends in 2 hours. It's interesting. Okay. But anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. Jingle Jangle Jam. That's quite an arrogant attitude, much like the Pommies once they were in power. Saint Chi. What's America going to do? Invade for 20 years just to pull out so the enemy can take over within a week and leave them billions of weapons? I would say I'd like to see that, but we have... Not quite. In fact, Ukraine is winning because of the realities of a gridlocked land invasion in the modern age. To say America caused them to win is like saying Russia caused Vietnam to win against the US. Yeah, I thought I sent it before the timer reset. So sent another. Take my money. Well, appreciate it. A sub for the confettis. The Hobo Joe. You're doing a sub over there as well. Legend. Thank you very much. Oh, it gifted to Voltateur. Thank you very much. Sub for the confettis, please. Cheer. There we go. No. Thanks, Hobo Joe. Legend. Kiev about to be struck even harder soon. Hypersonic missiles, I've heard, that Russia's using now. Payback for a boarding school, I've heard. Instead, it's in the reverse. They think Ukraine is a domino effect of US dominance of the world, when literally it is, as in Vietnam, a people resisting violent dispossession by an empire. Russia didn't cause Vietnam at all. English and French had started an empire there and caused a colonial rebellion. You must smoke some pretty good stuff. I'm not going to let you hate on my country. There's no shit talking, Seattle. Show us your goddamn bins. America hating hour has begun. Yeah, you've awoken the chat here. You've awoken the chat. All right. Hypersonic boom. We gooning. All right. Back to it.
Still making progress as fast as possible, competing with China, making sure we do have the best AI models so that we can keep. But does it have to come at the expense of wearing a seatbelt or having some basic safeguards?
Would you also suggest that the U.S. should adopt a more Chinese vision of the goal of diffusion and sort of building the best possible AI-enabled technology right now? Because, I mean, a different way to frame this is that the U.S. and China are in a race, but China thinks it's running a race to build the self-driving cars and the robots that every single country in the world will use, and the U.S. will be stuck sitting here with its pretend machine god while China, sells to India, Africa, and Latin America successfully. Do you think the U.S., in being less breakneck, should also be pivoting to a strategy of essentially integration and sales?
Yes, I think we need to focus a lot more on deployment. One of those areas is actually open source, which, because of the commercial incentives, is not a high priority for the top American AI labs, right? They're focused on selling access to their models through subscriptions, through APIs. And the thing is, that open source approach has been really, really powerful for these Chinese AI models to gain adoption, not just in China, but around the world. And so it feels like right now, the US is seeding a really important channel of competition. When it's so expensive, it can be the most powerful AI model, but you don't want to pay for it. That can put limits on your growth.
Do you think you get that shift organically if there is a slightly stronger regulatory hand? Like, because again, the US does not, we have industrial policy, I'll put it in quotation marks, right? But we don't have the kind of steering of economic strategy that China has, right? So it's not like you can say, the United States should be more focused on deployment and there's a button to push in Washington, D.C. that makes that happen. But do you think it would happen naturally if it was a little bit harder and a little bit more challenging just to sort of maximize compute and capacity for existing AI companies?
I think there's a way to tweak the incentives in a way that is not like the Chinese approach, that is not about a top-down steering of the whole industry, but is more about trying to create maybe some of that commercial or even research space for, say, open source models. I just think right now, right, you can think about a number of different markets where this is happening, where there's a focus on the high end of the market, on consumers or businesses that are willing to pay a lot. But there's less focus on sort of mass adoption and sort of that broader marketplace. And we're seeing some of this, right? Like I should be clear that, NVIDIA is trying to release open source models. They have a commercial incentive because the more AI gets adopted, the more their chips are needed, right? So there's that closed loop there. And Google DeepMind, they have some relatively good open source models, but the commercial incentives as they stand are not quite there.
Do you think we should sell more chips to China, like as a sort of token of a different model?
It's a very difficult topic because anyone who tells you yes or no on chips to China is really flattening the whole story. On the one hand, you do have real near-term effects on China's ability to produce the most cutting-edge AI models. So by limiting chips, that does slow down China's AI development in the near term. And that can be useful, for example, for giving our companies that edge in cyber attack capabilities, right? With Mythos coming out, even a few months of being able to test on our own systems first is very useful versus a Chinese model having this capability and they're testing on our systems.
Right.
So that's important. But at the same time, there's the other side of this whole equation, which is accelerating China's own chip development, right? And that's an area that they've been really focused on, and they've been focused on because of our export controls, right? So it cuts both ways. In the near term, it will slow down their AI development. In the longer term, it could speed up at least their ability to have a more resilient, self-reliant semiconductor supply chain that is not as affected by U.S. actions. So somewhere in there is a sweet spot, and it's really about where you draw the line rather than just saying more chips or less chips.
And also how short timelines are overall, right?
Absolutely.
I think it's just a no-brainer what they're talking about here. Like if America is going to do what America does and it uses its sanctions as weapons, and it's just going to cut China off from getting access to chips, then like China just has to, and I think this is where the Chinese type of style of economy has an edge over the US style of economy, the Western free market system. Like it can kind of be like, no, this is a bad idea to rely on the global market to supply chips to us, especially when the US has control over the world market and can cut us off. We need chips. And like if they're going to just control, like use that to dominate us, then we'll make our own fucking chips then. Like it's just a no-brainer. And like the Chinese economy has the ability to do that because of the way that the CCP kind of works, and the way that they do planned economics. They have advantages over a Western free market system. And it's just a no-brainer. Like they've already threatened them. They've already taken stuff away. They've sanctioned things like Huawei in the past. And why wouldn't you want to make your own economy more independent? If they're close enough with their chips and they're developing technology to close the gap, then like focus on that and make yourself fully independent. Like I see China and the US moving away from each other, and it's being fueled. Like all I'm hearing in this conversation is more and more factors as to why this is an arms race. Not that they're not in an arms race, that they are in an arms race. The US has been constraining or playing with supply to their country, and they're having them get access to technology because they're trying to control them or suppress their development. And China's making decisions about whether or not it wants to rely on a US-led global supply chain or just like go it on alone and like make its own way here. I'm not hearing anything but this is an AI arms race. They're racing against each other and pushing towards separate types of technology now instead of integrating with one another, which you would usually see in a free market operation, right? Very interesting. Correct. This is a race. It is a race. It is a war. Must boot. Be good, party people. Thank you as always. Actually, I've got to go as well. I got to go early today. I'm on pickup duty today, so I got to bounce. It's not even a cold war. It's like a warm war. It's definitely a warm war in cyberspace. That's for sure. It's cold in the physical realm, but not in the cyber realm. China's in an economic gilded age from industrialization, just like the US had a second gilded age, but both are different. Yes. Yeah, I've got to bounce early today, so I do apologize to cut the stream short, but we will be back tomorrow with more. So thank you everyone who's been interacting today. We'll try and finish this off another time. We've only got 10 minutes to go, basically. I don't think there's much else gold from these two, to be honest. Oh, man. Sorry, 4AS. Yeah, I got to bounce. But yeah, thank you everyone who's been hanging out today, keeping the stream chat alive. Thank you for the super chats as well. And for the subs in Twitch land, Hobo Joe, thank you very much. Benso Bandit, Ravy Baby, I do appreciate the support and the assistance. And on like everyone who comes along, interacts, lurks in the background, activates the like button. All of you people, you make all of this possible. So thank you very much. Benso Bandit, Dilemmas, 4IS, Heidi the Sausage, Saint Chi hanging out again today. Jingle Jangle GM. Ravy Baby. I'm sure I've said that already. Who else we got here? Jungle Potato's been hanging out today. Spandonk been hanging out as well. Jag was in here earlier. I did say Hobo Joe. Momupa was hanging out too for a little bit, I think. Who else have I missed? I think I've got everyone. Sorry if I've missed you. But yeah, if you've been hanging out today, I appreciate it. And we will be back tomorrow. It's Thursday. Theory Thursdays. So we're going to do some theory in the afternoon. We'll do the usual stuff during the day. And then we're going to do a theory session in the afternoon. We're going to learn more about capitalism and what it really is and why we critique it. But yeah, thank you everybody. Shout out to Holiday, who lurks all the time but supports Eon streams. Yes, thank you. The mysterious Holiday over in the Twitch files. Thank you very much. And yes, we'll be back tomorrow for some Theory Thursdays. And until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow. Cheers.